First of all, let me welcome you all for this webinar on behalf of NSF. I believe today is going to be a fruitful day for the research community of Sri Lanka. As we all know, it's a dream of most of the researchers to publish their research articles in a high impact journal. And I hope this webinar would be a great opportunity for them to get equipped well in achieving that dream a reality. Well, in this effort of achieving that objective today, there are several eminent personnel with us. Among those, Professor Upali Samarajiva, Professor in Food Science and Technology from University of Peradeniya, is with us to share his experience in the topic of research planning, a key to high quality publications. Dear Professor, I warmly welcome you for this webinar. And then, as you all know, IESL, Institution of Engineers Sri Lanka, is the host of this webinar, and the Vice President of IESL, Engineer Mr. Greni Jayalath, is with us today. Mr. Jayalath, you are too welcome to this webinar. Then, let me welcome Professor Richard Hay from Global Disaster Resilience Center, University of Huddersfield, UK. Professor Hay is going to speak on the importance of the correct use of language in journal article writing. Professor Hay, I welcome you for this webinar. And then Professor Janaka Bandara Ekanayaka is with us from the Department of Electrical and Electronic Engineering, University of University of Peradeniya, to awares of research writing and publicity. Professor Ekanayaka, let me welcome you for this webinar warmly. And again, another professor from University of Huddersfield, UK, Professor Dilanthi Amaratunga, to speak on peer review process. Professor Amaratunga, I would like to welcome you warmly for this webinar. There is another professor from the Department of Botany, University of Ruhuna, Professor L.P. Jayatissa, to speak on in how to avoid predatory journals. Professor Jayatissa, I would like to welcome you warm for this moment. And there is another special person is with us, Mr. Vishal Gupta, Senior Customer Consultant of Elsevier in South Asian region. Mr. Gupta, it's a great pleasure to welcome you for this moment. And this webinar is moderated by Professor Banduni Athapattu, Professor in Environmental Engineering, Department of Civil Engineering, Open University. Professor Athapattu, you are also warmly welcome to this moment. And I should mention there is another special person with us, our chairman of NSF, Professor Ranjit Senaratne. Dear Professor, I warmly welcome you for this moment. And finally, the participants of this webinar. Dear participants, you are the most important part of this webinar, and I would like to welcome you warmly for this webinar. And I hope you all will get maximum benefits out of this effort. Have a fruitful time. Stay home, stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam. I would now like to invite Professor Ranjit Senaratne, Chairman of the National Science Foundation of Sri Lanka, to deliver the opening remarks of this webinar. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Good evening, Professor Upali Samrajiva, joining as a resource person from Canada. Good morning, Professor Dilanthi Amaratunga and Professor Richard Hague from University of Huddersfield, resource person of this webinar, Ms. Damayanti Vijay Singh, Acting Director General of National Science Foundation, and other staff, and dear participants from higher education and R&D institutions of the country. First, on behalf of NSF, I also wish to extend the most cordial and warm welcome to all our resource persons, also collaborating institutions and dear participants. As you all know, contribution towards advancement and dissemination of knowledge is a key function of a scientist. But to contribute towards advancing the frontiers of knowledge and dissemination it, not only locally, but globally, is a challenge. And concerted and systematic effort in this regard is necessary. In this regard, conducting high quality research, preparing high quality papers, and then publishing in high quality, high impact papers are prerequisites. So this National Science Foundation, being the premier S&T institution in the country, mandated to promote S&T for the sustainable socio-economic development of the country, has been laying great emphasis on capacity building of our S&T personnel in this country. In this regard, it has been offering research grants It has been offering research grants. It has been also conducting workshops for capacity building and training of our R&D staff, and then also providing financial support to publish their papers internationally where pay charges are involved. That way, NFF has been really a catalyst in promoting S&T in the country. This is, as I said, it's a challenge and formidable task. So we have been really harnessing the resource persons at home, mainly in Sri Lanka in the past. But of late, we constructed a digital platform so as to harness the high profile scientists overseas of Sri Lankan origin to enhance R&D in the country. Because of the digital platform, we have been able to get the services of really top-flight scientists abroad who are very keen to contribute towards advancing R&D in our country. And Professor Upali Samrajiva, Professor Dilanthi, and Professor Hague also joining through this international platform we recently established. Sri Lankan scientists, in terms of IQ, EQ, even CQ, creativity quotient, are not second to any people in any country. Whether you are born in USA, UK, Sri Lanka, Ethiopia, by nature at birth, your IQ, EQ, CQ, and even SQ all same. Confucius said, by nature, people are same. Through nurture, they become different, they become distinct. So we are trying to really do this nurturing and fostering to make our scientists on par with those from other countries. So I will not take any more time. I see very good line of resource persons from home and abroad brought in to make this program a success. And NSF has joined forces with SLAS, that is a leading scientific body of the country comprising R&D personnel, and then ISL together to make this event a success. Again, thanking NSF and ISL and SLAS for organizing this timely event and joining the resource persons and also participants for attending this. I wish this important event a great success. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Next, to address the participants of the webinar, I would like to cordially invite Engineer Granny Jayala, Vice President and Chairman of the Continuing Professional Development Committee of the Institution of Engineers, Sri Lanka. Over to you, sir. I would like to cordially invite Engineer Granny Jayala to address the audience. So I hope that you're online. Can you hear me?
Yeah, good morning.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, dear all eminent resource personnel, all participants, ladies and gentlemen. You all are very well welcome to this online webinar on writing articles for high impact journals, a guide to researchers. Today, I have the utmost pleasure to be with you and to share a few words before we start the proceedings of this important webinar. I'm thankful to the organizers for extending an invitation to me. Being the chairman of the publication committee and as well as that of the CPD committee at ISL, I have realized that the most significant drawback of our research fraternity is the knowledge gap on how to plan, develop an effective research and formulate an article aiming to have it published in a journal. This status had been correctly reflected when we received around 200 papers for ISL annual sessions each year, yet only around 90 get qualified for presentation. Today, when you go through the titles of today's presentations and the profiles of our resource personnel, this webinar will certainly fill the so-called role on knowledge gap that our researchers, particularly academics, and those involved in the industry, and as well as our student fraternity involved in postgraduate research studies that had been used to face. I was amazed to learn that today we have more than 600 participants as it was now. And this response too indicate how significant the contents of this webinar. I sincerely believe this webinar will certainly be a turning point for our research community. Without taking much time, I hand over the session to the coordinator to proceed on with the webinar proceedings. Thank you once again for inviting me to express few words. And I wish all success throughout the session until 1:30 p.m. today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. We shall now move on to the technical sessions of this webinar. Dear participants, please make sure that you post your questions in the chat box. The technical session and the Q&A session will be moderated by Professor Banduni Atapattu. Professor Banduni Atapattu is a professor in environmental engineering at the Department of Civil Engineering of the Open University of Sri Lanka. She is also a chartered engineer and a member of the General Research Committee of the Sri Lanka Association for the Advancement of Science, and also a member of the Continuing Professional Development Committee of the Institution of Engineers, Sri Lanka. Professor Atapattu obtained her Bachelor of Science degree in Engineering with honors from the University of Moratuwa in 1993. She earned her Master's in Engineering and her PhD from the Osaka University, Japan in 2001. She has also been a Commonwealth Fellow of the Imperial College London, a JSPS Postdoctoral Fellow of the Okayama University, Japan, and also a SIDA Fellow of the University of Stockholm, Sweden. Over to you, Professor Atapattu, for the technical sessions and the Q&A sessions.
Thank you very much, Sanduni. I hope you all can hear me clearly. Okay, today's webinar is a very important webinar, and I'm first of all, from my side, I'm going to welcome all of you very warmly. And moving into the session, I'd like to invite our opening speaker today, Professor Upali Samarajiva, who is joining from the International Platform of National Science Foundation, and at present he is residing in Canada, to elaborate on one of the most important part of research that he set his title as Research Planning, a Key to High Quality Publications. To introduce him, I warmly invite Professor Chamari Hettiarachchi, who is the Professor in Molecular Biology and Biochemistry at University of Colombo, as well as the Chairperson of the General Research Committee of the Sri Lanka Association for the Advancement of Science. Professor Chamari, over to you to introduce Professor Upali Samarajiva, who is our opening speaker of today's webinar. Thank you. Professor Chamari, are you there? Hello, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yes, right, okay. Right. Professor Chamari, are you there?
Yes, actually I was there, like I could not unmute my mic, so now I was allowed.
Okay.
Okay, sorry for that.
Yes.
Yes. Good morning to all of you, and thank you, Professor Banduni, for a nice introduction. So it's my honor and privilege to introduce the first eminent resource person, Emeritus Professor Upali Samarajiva. Professor Upali Samarajiva holds a BSc in Chemistry and PhD in Microbiology from University of Peradeniya. He served as an academic in the Faculty of Agriculture at the University of Peradeniya for 30 years and as an adjunct professor and Fulbright Hays Senior Research Scholar at the University of Florida USA in 1989 to 1990. He was the recipient of the first GRC Award for Outstanding Contribution to Sri Lanka Science in 1992. The Gold Medal for Outstanding Research in Chemistry from the Institute of Chemistry, Ceylon in 1993. And National Award for Agriculture Research for the Council for Agricultural Research Policy in 1999. And Hector C. Pereira Award for the Outstanding Clinical Communication at the session of the Sri Lanka Veterinary Association in 1990. The Merit Award for Research on Histamine in Fish from the National Foundation of Science in 1999, and Sri Lanka National Science and Technology Award for Quality Improvement in copra brine in 2007. And Professor Samarajiva was a member of the editorial board of the journal Food Microbiology, published by Academic Press, London, and has published several review articles in high-impact journals and book chapters on invitation, among more than 200 publications in his career. He is currently serving as a senior trade specialist for United States an agency for international development in Bangladesh, operating remotely from Canada. So I invite Sir for you to talk to the participants today, the research planning, a key to high quality publication. Sir, over to you.
Thank you, Professor Hettiarachchi, for introducing me for this activity. I'm glad that I got this opportunity to talk to you today and share my experiences with you all in relation to the research planning activities and the quality of the publications that we are expecting at the end of the day. Now, to get on to the topic, let me start by saying my approach is to see how we could plan our research well to achieve high-level publications in high-impact journals. The contents of my presentation today would be, I would be discussing a few aspects of levels of research, elements and practice of research, the research process, looking at planning, execution, data validation, and data analysis. And for the next 25 minutes, we'll be talking about how we could get at high impact journals. And this definition is a very simple definition which I'm using for the moment, leaving room for the speakers after me to expand on it. Now, before I get into the topics, I must tell you that there was a problem with my connection a few minutes back. If by any chance it recurs, we will try our best to connect to the telephone system. But if there's a problem, go ahead with the next speaker. I will come back when the time permits. I hope it will not happen. Thank you. Then let's see what we are going to talk about. Research. Research is the systematic search for new knowledge. So we are getting into search for new knowledge, and this can happen at 3 levels. The first level is described as fact-finding level, where we will carry out gathering of information, such as market research, surveys, and so on. And from that point, we get into the second level, which is described as critical interpretations, which means arriving at conclusions through logical reasoning. Then we get into the third level, which is complete research. Now, that is the level we need to reach if we are talking about publishing in high-impact journals. Now, what does this complete research mean? It simply means solving problems and arriving at generalizations after careful search for existing facts. A thorough search has to be done to start the research. And then it involves data analysis and logical classification of facts. It finally would lead to developing a fair case based on facts, observations, and ideas, which is described in our jargon as inductive reasoning. So we expect to get at this level when we are talking about high impact research for publication. Now, starting from this point, Professor Arsapul Ratna, in his writing on scientific research, made an extension to what I said a few minutes back, and he added attitudes and activities of the mind. So activities and attitudes of the mind becomes another important component of research. And he goes on to explain what it means is the capacity for, I repeat, the capacity for an expression of original thinking. And he goes on to say it's identification of new interactions and also construction of new solutions. So with this added component in it, we would be in a position to open the door with the key to get at the high-level publications that we are thinking about. When we get into it, the most important thing is the exercise of the mind, as you would see in the picture. And when we get into the scientific method in our research, what does it mean? It means a form of complete research with added specifications. Now, what are these added specifications? They are the development of a hypothesis, which is expected by every person who is looking at your research, and the use of controlled experimentation. So unless you fulfill these two specifications, you will find difficulties in your publications and also getting at what you want to get. So with that background knowledge, let us look at what are the basic elements of research. Firstly, everybody is expected to identify the problem. Now, many researchers owe their greatness not to their skills of solving the problems, not to their skills of working at the laboratory bench or in the field, but their wisdom of choosing a project with problem to be solved. If you fail in choosing a good project, you are definitely going to fail in your research. So therefore, choosing a project is one of the very important things that a researcher should think about it. Once that is done, there's the next phase where we start gathering, evaluating, and summarizing existing data. In this process, today you can see thousands and thousands of articles published on the topic that you are interested in. It's very important to decide what are the things of importance to you and what are the things which are not important to you. So you will have to start rejecting the irrelevant literature in relation to your title. Then you have to start extracting the pertinent information which is of use in relation to the objectives of your project and which could be used for your research. You need to weigh the importance of the gathered data. Some data are of no value to you. Some data will have very high value to you. So you have to make a decision, what are the important things that I'm going to use in this process? And then also you need to judge the quality of the work and the reliability of the investigator. You may find a person having 25 publications in a certain field, then you know he has been in this field and he is doing well. You may also have another person who has 25 publications in 25 fields, just touching on everything, but not going deep into it. So you need to look at the authors, look at the data, look at the information, and decide what is important for me, for my research, and what should be left out from my research activities. Then, with that data in your hand, you need to start recognizing the data to facilitate comparisons and interpretations. Now, by the time you do that, a researcher will find himself or herself feeling, oh, I should write a review article on this subject. Now, that tells the person has got everything into the head and the mind is working and the person is prepared to go ahead with research. If you don't get into that stage, then you are starting your research not with a clear mind, but with a half-baked mind. So it's very important that you get your things straight into your head before you start the research. Now, continuing with the elements of research, next comes the stage of designing and conducting experiments. As I said earlier, you need to have adequate controlled experiments, not one control, but maybe several. You need to start collecting your data. And at this point, you need to be free of bias. Because at the beginning, you started with the hypothesis. You're going to prove that hypothesis you believe, and that's working in your mind. So one of the big mistakes that occurs is people try to select the data which they collect to prove your hypothesis rather than look at the data without being biased. So you need an exceptional mental alertness at this point to look at the data and sort out the things rather than getting carried away by the hypothesis. Don't try to prove your hypothesis, but try to see the data and find what is coming out. Then comes the stage where we need to do the data analysis, and that means you have to put this data, which may be just in tables, into some kind of figures where you can indicate the trends quite easily. Today, this job is quite easy. You just put your tables into the Excel, and within a matter of 2 or 3 minutes, you can go through all the possible diagrams, all the possible relationships you can think about. I have given a few of them right around this slide, and that will give you an idea what approach would I take? How am I going to present this data to the journal? And then comes the interpretation of data. Please remember that your data may not be complete, neither the data that you have started with, data produced by the other people, could be complete. So you are working in a situation in both sides. Your data may not be complete, the other people's data is not complete either. So then you have to think about your own ways. This is why the thinking process becomes so important in your research. It's not a case of doing experiments and taking the data, not a case of getting at tables, but use your brain to get the things moving. Now, when we start doing this, when you get into real practice, as you see in the left-hand top corner, there's a warning sign. There are a lot of warnings. You need to be very careful with your research. The first thing that could happen is you will begin to realize it's far more chaotic than what you thought of. You had a plan, you thought I'm going to get this data, I'm going to analyze it like that and write a paper, but now you find you are in a bit of mess. Things are not going on smooth. Now that's the stage where you need to start talking to your peers. That's why you have your peers. You have research team, your colleagues, the person who is doing the research for you maybe. You have to get together and continue this discussion, maybe once in 2 weeks, maybe once a month, to get out of this chaos and get the things arranged. And when you are in this stage, you are compelled to backtrack and repeat the steps. This is a part of research. You cannot go straight with what you planned at the beginning. So you have to start checking the errors, understanding the problems, and then getting into the right track to continue with your research. Please note that there's no clear endpoint to the project. You may have had in your mind, this is my endpoint. I'm going to finish it in 3 months or 6 months or 3 years. But remember, it keeps on modifying because you are getting new trends, new data, new thinking. So you may have to redefine the variables which you thought of correct as at the beginning. And there'll be new questions that comes in. So we have to accommodate all that. So the research goes on through the modification, redefining, and getting into new questions and new issues, which will lead to new ideas. Also, we have a problem. The researchers do select problems for investigation without a theoretical basis. When you start research like that, halfway through you realize, oh, I am lost. So you may have to stop, rethink halfway, and reorganize your research. So things may now change with a different title, different objective at the different pathway. Also, some of the researchers, when they get into this halfway point, they try to go back to the literature and seek justification. That's not going to help you, because then you are not going to get into any new idea. You are not going to find anything new, but you're going to see how I can justify what I have done by looking at somebody else's data. So you need to reorganize your knowledge at this point to go ahead. Also, when you come to concepts of research methodology, it varies from author to author, from person to person. So there's nothing called exact methodology to be followed. So in that situation, you need to be prepared to move outside the box. Get out of the methodology that you are following. And the people who get out the box only will get at new things. So be prepared and understand that a prepared mind favors and gets you the chance to find something new and come out with a new idea. So it's not a repetition of somebody's work, but you're going into a new area with a prepared mind. To explain this further, I'll take an example. Now we know, well, this is an example quite familiar to you these days because a lot of people are talking about aflatoxins in coconuts. So I take that example. Now anybody would think if you plot a curve of aflatoxin production or accumulation against the time, number of days, the original thinking in 1960s when the aflatoxins were first detected was represented by the blue dotted curve, curve number 1, the linear relationship between the accumulation and the time. But with time, people found it doesn't happen that way. It takes a unimodal curve, which is represented by the second curve, and that was accepted by everybody till end of 60s. And early 1970s, things started changing. Most of the people were going with this unimodal curve and explaining everything. But by that time, my research supervisor, Professor Gulratna, that was before I joined the team, he found that it takes a bimodal curve. He repeated these experiments again and again and found it's a bimodal curve. Then he wrote an article, sent it to be published in a top journal in England on bacteriology. The article was rejected. It was sent back to him saying, please recheck your method of analysis, recheck your calculations. It must be some error in your work. He repeated the experiments and then he found he is correct. What he did was he sent this article to another journal, an American journal, and it got published. So I have just joined the team and he was telling me, now this got published and he's not sure where he stands. He was in a bit of a sensitive situation. 2 weeks later, when I was in the library going through the references, I found another publication telling the same story, published at more or less the same time by a French group of workers. So this is why I say, be prepared to get out of the box, think outside the box, and that's where you catch the most important finding to be published as a good researcher. From that point onwards, when we think about the research plan, never consider it as a static thing. It's a dynamic thing. It's something which is changing, which is evolving. You may have all these aims and objectives, justifications, what actions to be taken, and how are you going to do it, but you may have to change it. You will have a time frame, but you may have to get extensions. You may have the resources, but you may have to seek for more resources. And what do you expect to produce, again, will change. What else can I do in the light of emerging information? So it's evolving process, and the researcher should be prepared to move ahead with the evaluation if he wants to get at good data and to be a good researcher. Now I will show you a simple a model for research. You get many models. What is written here is what you see by the yellow arrows is the parts of the model. What you see in red is what I have added to the model. So starting point, you do your literature survey, you have to get your knowledge enhanced. If not, you are not going to do well in research. Then you have to search for a topic. Now you need to recognize there are problems which are researchable and there are problems which are not researchable. So you need to recognize the bit between those two. If there's only one answer to a problem, you can't do any more research on it. Forget about it. You have to select a problem where you have 2 or 3 answers that would come in. Then I modified this word hypothesis to read as working hypothesis, because your hypothesis even may change with time, with the more information you get. So we need to formulate your research objectives and even reformulate them in your research process. We get into the design process. Then we have the question of what kind of information generation am I going to do? Do I have validated methods to do the testing, examination, data collection? Do I have verified sampling methods and testing methods? Today's context, you need to use those validated and verified sampling and testing methods if you are doing laboratory research. Without that, you cannot get anywhere in a high-scale journal. Then you come to data analysis, and your job is to start looking at the trends and simplifying them. So if you go through this pathway, if you stick to what I have given in red, then you are making headway quite happily. Otherwise, you will end up with another routine kind of work which has no value for publication. Now then, I look at it from a different angle. I look at it as a process which is giving a product. The product is your publication. Now, to get this product through this process, I have the 4 steps: planning, execution, data validation, and data analysis. I again repeat, exercise of the mind. Now, when you look at planning, there are several aspects you need to think about. You have to identify the knowledge gaps. You have to decide, am I going to work on a new product, new theory, new process, or what is new that I am going to look for? Then to the right-hand side, you see, did I review the past work? Did I identify all the variables? This may keep on changing with time. So you need to plan it very well. Have I got the statistical plan? Have I got acceptable data generation procedure? That's a validated procedure. With that in place, you could get into execution. Once you start execution, you will have the issues like sampling designs, the type of experiments you do, laboratory, field, or any other, the storage of material which you are going to test so that they remain unchanged, and the field interactions and the data. So execution stage, you will have to start thinking of those 4 things so that you don't get sidetracked, but you go ahead. Come to the next stage, data validation. You need to start thinking, I have got a whole heap of data. Are these data correct? Are there problems in this? What are the flaws and limitations in this system, in the data you have collected? You need to account for that before you start interpreting the data. And also, at this point, you can compare your data, look at the comparability of your data with the results of the others, because you have done the literature survey and you know what they have done. So that gives you a very good idea of where you are and which way you should go. Then comes to data analysis, where you begin to recognize the trends. You begin to check the deviations from the known trends, which may be a very important aspect in your finding. Comparison with existing knowledge. Recognize the significant figures. We have a lot of problems with when I see the articles that is coming for publication, people have lost sense of significant figures. To take an example, we know the pH has values from 0 to 40, and the values are 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. But we have instruments today which can read 8 digits. So you make it a reading 7.1234567. It has no meaning. So you need to recognize The values that I can have are 4 or 5, and in between you can have 4.4 or 4.6, so that the reader knows it's close to 5 or close to 4. Likewise, we have a lot of problems when you start looking at the data. Now there are situations with, say, let's say we take an estimation in micrograms per kilogram. Your instrument can detect only 4 micrograms per kilogram, but your results indicate you have a 389.6378 micrograms per kilogram. So all those decimals has no value. So you need to think about the significance of your results and round it out to significant figures. Then you have to get at the appropriate charts I showed you at the beginning, and conversion of the statistical results into terms of the research subject. I see many people saying this is statistically significant or not significant at such and such a value. That's not what is needed. That's a statistical interpretation. You need to convert this interpretation into the objectives, into the title of your research thesis or research activity. Unless you do that, you are lost, because you have just tried to couple two tools, data generated by a system, analytical statistical system, but you have not been able to put them together properly. And then after that, writing and publishing, I leave it to my colleagues to discuss it with you. Before I end up, I like to go through certain questions rather fast, because we may be running out of the time now. In problem identification, you have to start asking these questions from yourself. What are the gaps in the current knowledge? Are there everyday situations demanding immediate research? Like, say, COVID. Am I planning to develop a new product or a new process or a new theory? Did I review professional journals, summaries of theses, and internet information adequately before I started this work? Is there a new analytical tool to re-examine historical data? In my life, I had 2 occasions. My old data coming from 1970s, I was able to re-examine with new tools and publish in high-level journals with the application of the new tool to the old set of data. So you have that kind of opportunities available for a researcher. And then also, as I said earlier, what I'm going to look at is it a research problem or non-research problem? Get to planning, you'll have another set of questions. Did I identify all variables in relation to the problem? Have I established a statistical plan for sampling? Is the data generation procedure scientifically acceptable? Will collaborators make a substantial contribution? You will always have many people to collaborate, but you need to think, how much will they contribute into this project? Can I identify a committed researcher to assist me? Because most of you may not be the researcher yourself, you may be guiding somebody else, but if you did not get the correct person to do research, then you are not going to end up with good research results. So that's the situation in relation to planning. Then we come to execution. Again, a set of questions you need to repeatedly ask yourself. Does the sample truly represent the lot from which a sample was withdrawn? Look at the figures on the right-hand end. Sampling, sample preparation, testing. So this applies strictly to chemical sciences. It has been proved in extreme situations, you can have sampling errors of 90%, sample preparation 9%, and with all your good sophisticated equipment, it's less than 1%. So all the money you put, all the training you got to operate this instrument become meaningless if your sampling is bad, because you start with the wrong approach. That means your results is no better than the sample, and you cannot identify any trends because the sample itself has created a lot of problems which will not be falling into any trend which you are trying to look at. Then again, question whether the test methods are validated and whether it works well when it is applied under my conditions. Also, are the data reviewed as they are generated looking for gaps? That means you don't wait till all the research is over. As I said, you meet every 2 weeks or we meet once a month and discuss the current status the data generated, the way it is coming up, and the validity of the data and the validity of the process you are going through. So that needs to come through the execution stages. And finally, when it comes to validation of the generated data, you need to recognize the flaws in the data validation system, understand the limitations in the system, and work only within the established conditions without unauthorized exploration. I say this because I have seen people getting a set of data, plotting a straight curve, linear curve. The data may be from point 2 to 7, 5 points data, 2 to 7, and then they try to extrapolate backwards and try to calculate for 1, or extrapolate it forward and calculate for 9, which is not correct because your data holds only for the range for which you have found it. So these are very common problem I have seen with the research publication. Look for compatibility and also incompatibility with already published results and trends. That's important. Compatibility as well as incompatibility. The incompatibility may be a new finding. Check it several times. Check the accuracy of the data generation process to ensure. That's what I said with the example of the 2 peaks, that your results are really valid. Then at the interpretation stage, it's again the exercise of the mind. Excuse me. You need to start recognizing the trends and deviations. Deviations are more important than trends. Don't leave out deviations from your results. Compatibility with existing knowledge, or is it new knowledge? That is where you really hit at the good results. Identify the most appropriate charts I explained to you earlier, because you need to get across what is in your mind to the reader in a fraction of a minute, not by going through a table, but by looking at a figure. Convert the statistical information into the research title and hypothesis terms. List clearly all the interpretations based on generated data, not the assumptions. I see a lot of people at the end get back to the assumptions, get back to the hypothesis, and forget about the data that they have generated, and they don't see a link between those two. And that will lead you to the opportunity to highlight the new knowledge you have generated. So it's a new knowledge that is going to a high level journal. That's a new knowledge which produces good research paper, which will be cited by many people. And once you have done, you are ready to start writing. Ladies and gentlemen, I am handing it over to my colleagues to continue from this point onwards. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for your very informative and very clear presentation. And I hope that most of our researchers from Sri Lanka really enjoyed or got the every bit of important things from your speech. And also that I think that now they have started to think, or they started to move on their thinking process rather than where they were. And so there are some few questions in the chat, and sometimes the speakers will answer for those. However, that we expect them to answer for such questions during the question and answer session. Now we are moving to our second speaker, Professor Janaka Bandara Ekanayake from the Department of Electrical and Electronic Engineering, Faculty of Engineering, University of Peradeniya, and he will talk on research writing and publishing, targeting high impact journals. Sir, okay, I hope that you are ready. So I warmly invite Professor Tamri Hettiarachchi to introduce Professor Janaka Bandara Ekanayake to the audience. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Banduni. So let me introduce our second eminent resource person for the workshop today, Professor Janaka Bandara Ekanayake. So he's the chair professor of Electrical and Electronic Engineering of the University of Peradeniya. He is a visiting professor at the Institute of Energy and Cardiff University, UK, and honorary professor of the School of Electrical, Computer and Telecommunication Engineering, the University of Wollongong, Australia. He also serves as the strategic professor, University Tenaga Nasional, Malaysia, for the period of 2018 to 2021, and a visiting professional fellow of the University of Wollongong, Australia, for the period of 2017 to 2020. He obtained his BSc Engineering with the first class honor from the University of Peradeniya in February 1990 and the PhD from the University of Manchester Institute of Science and Technology, UK in 1995. Professor Ekanayake is a fellow of IEEE USA, IET UK, and IESL Sri Lanka. He was also recognized as an IEEE PES Distinguished Lecturer, DLP. He is the only Sri Lankan to hold fellowships for all three major electrical engineering professional bodies. He has been a Royal Society and Commonwealth Fellow at the University of Manchester Institute of Science and Technology, UK in 1997 and 2001. He also a Chartered Engineer of the UK and Sri Lanka. He's recently been recognized as a scientist among top 2% in the world by a database developed by a group of researchers from Stafford University. His main research interests include renewable energy generation and its integration and smart grids. He has published more than 80 papers in referred journals, more than 100 papers in conferences, and has also co-authored 7 books. The key books to which he contributed are Renewable Energy Engineering 2017, Cambridge University Press, Smart Electricity Distribution Network 2017, CRC Press, Electric Power System 2012, The Wiley, Smart Grid, Technology and Applications 2012, The Wiley, Distribution Generation 2010, Institute of Engineering and Technology, and Wind Energy Generation, Modeling and Control 2009, Wiley. Some of his books are translated into Chinese also. Professor Ekanayake obtained CVCD Excellence Award, recognizing him as the most outstanding senior researcher in the field of technology, science, engineering, architecture, quantity surveying, information in 2018. He also obtained NSF Research Award for Scientific Excellence in 2018. Further, he obtained the Presidential Awards for research in many years. His research is recognized at the Vidulaka National Energy Symposium in 2015, 17, 19. Further, he has Google Scholar citation of 9,465 and H-index of 43. Professor Ekanayake, it's over to you to talk to our participants, the research, writing and publishing.
Thank you, Chamari, for that long introduction. I wasn't expecting that. Hope you can hear me. As Chamari said, I'm attached to the Department of Electrical and Electronic Engineering at Peradeniya. So I'm trying to spend next half an hour or 25 minutes going to talk about research writing. Let me put some clock so that I know. So the topics that I'm going to cover are a little bit of my experience. I mean, you heard a lot, but particularly on the research writing arena. Then the landscape of journal papers and don'ts for high impact publications, then bit about how you approach high impact journal publications and submission and review process. So Professor Samarajiva gave us a good start. So I'm going to continue from there, and probably I will give the right link to the next speaker. I was the editorial board members of a couple of international journals, IET Journal of Renewable Power Generation, still I'm holding it, Wind Energy Journal, IEEE Transaction of Energy Conversion, and Ceylon Journal of Science. Then a reviewer for many journals in the field of electrical and electronic engineering. Okay, let me move on to the landscape of journal papers. This is, in fact, my first publication 25 years ago. As a PhD student, I published my first high-impact journal paper in IEEE Transaction of Power Delivery. Now, there was a huge difference between today and those days. You cannot publish any paper without being presented at one of the IEEE PES meetings. They usually have two meetings, the summer meeting and the winter meeting. So you go and present your paper at one of the meetings, then there will be discussions, and they will then publish the paper with the discussion. That was, in 25 years ago. But if you look at the landscape today, if you type electrical and electronic engineering journal, it's in Clarivate Analytics, you will find 373 journals listed there. They are having impact factor starting from 46, going all the way to 0. And you can see that these high impact journals are not really electrical and electronic engineering. The highest one you can see is the Nature Electronics, which is around 27. Typically in our field, unlike some other fields, the good papers are having impact factor around 10 or from 5 to 10. These are the best papers that we consider in electrical engineering in some fields, and you can see a cross-section. It's, the IEEE Signal Processing Magazine has an impact factor of 11.35, and the IEEE Transaction of Power Delivery has an impact factor of 3.6. So you can see that it's not merely the impact factor which determines high impact journal, and I'm sure one of the speakers later on may highlight a little bit on that aspect. And IEEE uses they have the single blinding reviews. What it means is the reviewers can see the authors' names, but authors cannot see the reviewer's name. So the single blind peer review process allows reviewers to comment on the papers freely. Some journals use double blind peer review process, but maybe in the future, as things are moving, the landscape may change, and we may have a situation the papers are reviewed on Facebook. The people who read the paper may press one of those I don't know what they call it, the like, heart, and all these things, and based on that, the journals may decide to take the papers in or out. I mean, we never know. So, having said the landscape for high impact journal publication, let me go through an example to demonstrate what kind of research do not allow you to publish in high impact journals. This is the transmission network. I'm sorry, I'm taking example from my own field. That is where I'm comfortable. And you can see that the Sri Lanka in long time ago, in between 2015 and 2015, planned a few coal power plant in this area we call Sampur. And in order to bring power from Sampur to the load center, which is Colombo, they were trying different voltage, different transmission line at different voltages, and finally decided that they must go with the 400 kV line. Now, they have, in order to come to that conclusion, the CEP engineers were doing some test studies. Now here what you are seeing is, the graph on the bottom is the 4 conductors of Zebra, as you may have seen in transmission lines. And you can very clearly see that you cannot get to large power flows because the voltages start collapsing. So they had done, having done some test studies using different lines. Now, don't think that we are using, we are working on different animals. These are the codes used to represent the transmission lines. The engineers came up with the best line to carry the power levels from Sampur to Colombo is 2 Zebra 400 kV, 2 Zebra lines of 400 kV. Then, having done the test studies, they move on to the simulation studies and reconfirmed all these things. And now one might think that, okay, we have a good problem in hand. What is the optimum voltage to be considered for a transmission line? We have some good studies with results. So let's try a good high impact paper. So you come up with basically a title. The title could be an investigation of optimum voltage for the Sampur to New Habarana transmission line. You do a literature review on optimum voltage selection. You present your test study, the methodology, and later on results. Your simulation studies, again, the methodology and latest results, and draw your conclusions. Now, one thing we need to understand, the title is one of the key things. Title decide, and abstract, these are the 2 people will see online because the full paper is not allowed in many journals. And the title and abstract will tell the people whether it's the attractive paper, whether it has substance to be read. And if you analyze this particular title, there are a lot of issues. Now, as Professor Samarjiva said, the generalization. Now, we are talking about a specific problem. A specific study done for Sampur to New Habarana transmission line, which is not attractive to many readers of high impact journals. So that the journals may not consider, when they see that kind of a specific study, as a good study to be considered for a publication. The second thing is, in title, never use these kind of obvious or non-specific openings with a conjunction like of. So the things to avoid in the title is report on a study of results, an investigation of, and so on. So, so the title itself shows that this paper is not good for high impact journal. The next most important point is the paper is a kind of a study done by a team of engineers as part of their day-to-day job. It's not really a research. And there is no novelty in terms of theory, results, and or conclusions, because all these results, theory or the methods has been established long before. So if a study is addressing a specific problem without any novelty, then don't try high impact journals. There are specific journals dedicated for these kind of papers. Now let's look at what papers and what should be there for high impact journal publications. Now, why do we, first question is, why do you write a paper? Of course, if you have the top rated papers in top rated journals, you have the recognitions, you have grants, and that means you have good students. And this is the research cycle which Professor Samarajiva said. You read, get the knowledge, then you write something, and then you rinse and repeat. So you keep on doing that cycle, during your research career. Now, remember, the writing papers is not easy. Scientific publication, the art of scientific publication is something that you need to learn by writing papers regularly. And we have one of our speakers later on talking about how to use the language for these kind of high impact journals, where I'm sure he will cover more about this aspect. Okay, what kind of papers that are available for us to publish? I mean, if you are mastering in acquiring knowledge, then you can think of review papers. The review papers, you need to review about 100 papers and provide a narrative in a systematic manner so that you can pass that knowledge to anybody else who is interested in that field. If you have some simulations with background, you can think of a conference. If you have a theoretical background supported by simulation, yes, you can try journal papers. Some journal papers consider only without simulations, but some high-impact journals definitely look for good practical work. So let's move on to the writing of the review papers. Now, high-impact review papers summarize what has been done in an area of research, provides context for current work by describing and synthesizing past work, provides a solid conceptual framework of the fundamental problems being addressed, describes how the different approaches and methodologies fit together and contribute to our current understanding, provide an analysis of future directions, and more importantly, it creates figures that brings together results from a variety of studies, experiment, and model. Now, this is the figure created by one of my collaborators. This shows the evolution of Internet of Energy. And this figure will capture maybe around 25 journal papers. So it's very important that we produce high quality figures in a review paper. So process for writing review papers, you need to read a lot of previous studies. You need to establish the significance of the paper that you are writing, the area. Then you need to have a search criteria. Some papers only have inclusion-exclusion criteria. Some paper, as you can see from your right-hand side, they use quality assessment criteria based on the results and the citations. Once you have that criteria, you will get the articles that you will be using for your systematic synthesis. Then the best way to think about developing the structure is the categorizing these articles into certain blocks. And once you categorize them, then you can think of developing the structure. I will talk about developing a structure later on because that is where the figures are being developed. Then, of course, once you develop the structure, you can start writing by critically analyzing each article, and then the findings, discussing the findings, and finally providing the future directions. But remember, the review papers are the most difficult papers to write. Now, then, of course, many of us write what we call the original research papers. These are the typical research papers that we write. And one of the things that the research journals look for is the novelty and originality. Is there any novelty in what you have done? Does your work contribute to advance the state of art of your field, and how? Is your work different from your competitors, and how? What are the unique selling points of your work? Now, this is a paper we recently published in one of the high impact journals, Applied Energy. And these journals always highlight your contribution at the beginning. Now, for example, what we did was we were trying to see on a particular network in Sri Lanka how much solar PV can be absorbed by that distribution network. And you can see that around 145 kilowatt, you will start seeing heavy voltage unbalances, and even like that they will keep on changing, but you will see that they are always above the standards, the maximum value specified in the standard. So we developed a clever algorithm to rephase these solar PV panels and managed to came up with an algorithm which will allow us to add any number of solar panels, but we did few more studies which stopped the maximum capacity by the capacity of various other components, but the rephasing itself allow you to reduce the voltage unbalance factor, right? So that is what is being highlighted as the novelty. One novelty, of course. There are many novelties in a good original research paper. Then the significance. Now, if the work is related to a new area, for example, this is one of the papers I wrote in 2003, where the wind turbines were gathering momentum and a new type of wind turbine came out, which is called the doubly-fed induction generators, but nobody knew what are the controllers associated with these new wind turbines. So I published a paper way back in 2003, and because it hit the journal arena at the right time, you can see that it escalated the citations, and it was more or less staying there for many years. And today one can think any paper related to COVID is going to hit many journals easily. Then, as I told you, writing the good journal paper is very hard. Usually, I start writing the paper by defining the structure of the paper. Then I start populating the sections, break down a section in paragraphs. Now, I have seen in many papers, written by my students, they try to mix many different ideas in single paragraph. Please don't do it. Always have one idea in a paragraph and always break. Now, you can have any number of paragraphs. There are no restrictions for number of paragraphs, but don't make the paragraph too small. I'm sure, I think it was Richard who will talk about these things in detail later. And may always remember who is your audience when you are writing the paper. Now, this is a paper, one of my students, I asked him to start with the structure. Now, normally I ask them not only to provide the main title and the subtitle, I also ask them to provide the figures that will go into different sections and the references. Because it's very important that before we really expand the text, we have the good figures, because these figures are in engineering, I'm sure in many science fields, the figures can talk a lot. So the good figures are very important. But remember, writing papers are not easy. You do a lot of research, and finally you are ready to write your paper, and then you will find that somebody else has wrote the idea. So you need to restart the process, but do not disappoint this, because this is a typical thing that everybody will come across. But today, of course, people are trying to hide from this fact by using low-level journals to send your idea. Please don't do it. If your idea is credible and even somebody publish, I'm sure you can find a gap or the contribution. So as I told, one of the most important things in a paper is the title, abstract, and the conclusion. Now, the abstract is a well-developed single paragraph. Usually, the journals don't like multiple paragraphs in abstract, and usually engineering journals allows 150 to 250 words in your. Now, the abstract is the one which appears at the beginning of the paper, but do not write it until the end. That is the last thing you should write. It should highlight what is already known about subject, what is the study intended to examine, this is your study, what was done and how, what are the main outcomes, and I'm just showing you the way that you should present your outcome. One can write as in abstract, the efficiency of cadmium telluride was lower than polysilicon. These are these two types of solar panels. Now that doesn't convey anything. That doesn't help a reader to go through your paper in detail. But if you say that the laboratory efficiencies of cadmium telluride and polysilicon were found as 16% versus 25%, one might think, oh, how can he get cadmium telluride to be work at 16%? Let's look at this paper. And, that kind of create a curiosity. So how you write the abstract is very important. Then the conclusions. The conclusion is not a mere reporting of experimental observation. It is something that you write for the broader context of your scope of the journal, what your observation means. Let me take an example. Again, this cadmium telluride example. The efficiency of cadmium telluride solar cells are less temperature sensitive. This is a reporting of your observation, experimental results. Then how to develop this to a second bullet point, what it means in the broader context of the scope of the journal. You can ask two questions. So you can ask the first question, so what? Then the answer, you can always you think about your answer. Under high temperatures, they will perform well. Why should anybody care? Of course, we know that in tropical climates, they should outperform the other solar cells. So there is now a clear context of your experimental results. So now I can rewrite that concluding sentence saying, it was found that, sorry, I missed it. The efficiency of cadmium telluride solar cells are less temperature sensitive. Thus, they will be ideally suited for countries of tropical climate. Now, having I missed there, I think this is something that we will always miss in our writing. In Sinhalese, we don't have us and this. So the Sri Lankans, when they write, they always drop us and this. I always try to get help of some software called, like Grammarly, to get my theirs and hers fixed. But of course, if you are a good writer, you will get them first instant. But make sure that you use your articles properly. So this is a recommendation or actionable piece of information that is a concluding sentence. Now, improving chances for publication, demonstrate potential impact, keep the core idea clear, use good references, produce good quality graphs and figures. I wanted to show an example. I hope my student will not be offended. We wanted to compare how we develop a good method, and we wanted to compare that with many other methods out there. So he came up with many graphs like this, where it shows the voltage during the part of the day, and he came up with many graphs, like 6 or 7 graphs like that, and I wasn't happy. And we had a lot of discussions, and then we produced the same results, 6 or 7 graphs on a one diagram. These are 18 nodes on our network, and those 18 nodes now go in circular axis. And the different techniques, these are the different techniques were compared with our method, which is what we call the proposed method, using a simple satellite diagram like that. So the diagrams, finding the best diagrams for your for the paper is very important. And be extremely careful with writing style. Avoid typos and grammatical mistakes and the misuse of words, and always be concise. Don't try to have long sentences. And more importantly, do not use Control-C and Control-V without citing the source. Remember, the plagiarism is very seriously considered by journals. It is an act of presenting another's work or ideas as your own. They use software to check the plagiarism count. Now you use Turnitin or Authenticate to check the plagiarism count. And I could remember IEEE transactions of energy conversion didn't allow. If the self-plagiarism was more than 25%, we rejected the paper. So these tools are available, associated with your LMS in universities, and usually Turnitin is the preferred source for the students. Now, the common problems to rejections is article topic is not within the journal scope. So selecting the correct journal for your paper is very important. Article type, if it is a review paper and if the journal never publish review papers, no point of sending to that journal. They will straight away, the editor will reject it. I'll show that in a minute. Article does not follow basic journal guidelines. The writing doesn't meet basic standard. The problem with references, plagiarism, and self-help. Now, people don't bother about references. Sometimes they, just write half references. Make sure you use good, the software like Mendeley to get your references stored and use that to, extract the references for your paper. This is from, you can see that I'm in order, like these are not my ideas. It has come from this link. So I just wanted to make sure that I am not stealing. I give the credit to the right person. That is what you call the citation. So this is, I know that I have only 3 seconds, but I will only have 3 more slides. So I'm sure the organizers will allow me. Submission and review process. This is the typical submission process. You submit a paper. The editorial pre-selection is based on whether the paper is according within the scope of the journal, whether the plagiarism counts are higher or low, and either they just reject it if it is within their scope and plagiarism counts are not that bad. They activate the review process, and the reviewer will give suggestions. Again, they can reject the paper, or they can accept the paper, or they can say that revise and resubmit. Then you have to resubmit the paper, and the process will go on until paper will be published. Now the last few points I wanted to highlight is how you should respond to the reviewer. Now, once you receive the reviewer's comment, you must address them very carefully. Never try to give answers or getting into an argument with the reviewers. Always try to, give your answer through the paper. Then you will never going to get into any, the discussion with the reviewer. Now, sometimes you get very difficult reviews like this. The reviewer comment is the method, device, play, paradigm the author proposes is clearly wrong. I mean, then, it's more like a clear rejection, but they might have selected major revision. So then, you have to give an answer, but try to avoid an answer as much as possible. How I normally address the reviewers, I say, okay, this is the reviewer comment. I give the response in order to compare the proposed method. This is the method that we introduced with other state-of-the-art methods. Another new dedicated section have been inserted in the revised paper. This is a paper by one of my students in 2019. And then we show them what we have introduced. So, we have added a new section, and it says comparison with the state of the art, and we are just showing the reviewers, look, we did a substantial amount of work to address your comment. Okay, so I will stop there, and I will take any Q&A at the end. And just wanted to show you some nice pictures from Peradeniya. By the way, this tree is no longer there. So thank you very much for organizers for giving me opportunity, and thanks for everybody for patiently listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Ekanayake, for enlightening the audience on research writing and publishing, and also drawing examples specifically what to do and what not to do. And writing a paper focusing a good journal is not an easy task. It starts from the wording of the title, where abstract, to the conclusion, specifically how to create the curiosity of the reader, and also addressed how improving chances for getting published and submission process. So it's really very informative. Though you have drawn from the example of your own field, electronic and telecommunication, it's very clear to all the participants. I'm very much sure that what to do and what not to do. And also once submitted, now let's see the viewpoints of reviewers of high impact journals. And with that, let's moving to the next eminent speaker, who is joining with us from the UK, Professor Dilanthi Amaratunga from University of Huddersfield. Madam, I know that it's a very early morning to you, but you are there to enlighten us. Okay, I'm very warmly welcoming you to as our next speaker. Professor Chamari, please give her the introduction to her.
Yes, Professor Banduni, thank you very much. So it's my privilege to introduce our next speaker, Professor Dilanthi Amaratunga. So Professor Dilanthi Amaratunga holds the chair in disaster risk management at the University of Huddersfield, UK. And she leads the university's Global Disaster Resilience Center, responsible for supporting research on disaster management portfolios. Today, she has produced over 400 publications proofread papers and reports, and has made over 100 keynote speeches in around 30 countries. Among many leadership roles, she is the Joint Chief Editor of the International Journal of Disaster Resilience in the Built Environment and the Chair of the International Conference on Building Resilience series. She is co-created. In 2019, she won the prestigious Newton Prize, which recognizes the best research and innovation project which create an impact socially and economically between Indonesia and the United Kingdom from 2016 to 2019. She is a member of the European Commission and UNDRR's European Science and Technology Advisory Group, in representing the UK, a member of the steering committee of the UNDRR's Making Cities Resilience campaign, and a steering committee member of the Frontiers of Development program, a collaborative program of the Royal Academy of Engineering, the Academy of Medical Sciences, the British Academy, and the Royal Society. She is a fellow of the Royal Institute of Chartered Surveyors, a fellow of the Royal Geographical Society, and a fellow of the Chartered Manager of the Chartered Management Institute, UK. Professor Dilanthi, over to you to speak the peer review process, the what editors and reviewers are looking for.
Yeah, thank you very much. Can all of you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Okay. So good morning, good afternoon, based on where you are. So first of all, thank you very much for the organizers for inviting me to do this intervention on peer review process. So before I sort of get into the presentation, of course, I need to give a kind of a bit of a background about where I'm coming from. So as so far I have done 500 plus peer review papers in both journals and in conference proceedings, and you can actually sort of see the very important citation numbers and the H index and so on and so forth. Ultimately, this is actually where we all are coming from. We know we are very, of course, we want to actually share our knowledge, but at the same time, we need to be building up your own citation indices. And also sort of, I suppose, this was actually, I took the printout yesterday. So as you can sort of see, it says during the last week, I have had 2,411 new reads and is the most read contribution from my institution. So which I'm pleased about. And also, the on the left-hand side, another summary from another university database where I'm the top author there with 395,000 downloads. And of course, several awards for best paper writing and so on and so forth, since early 2000. And I suppose as far as my editorial record is concerned, I'm the joint editor of International Journal of Disaster Resilience in the Built Environment, which is actually a Scopus Index journal published by the Emerald Publishing in the UK. And also it is on ISI Web of Science co-collection as well. So in that sense, I have 12 years of chief editor experience dealing with this journal. And if I sort of get back to the my editorial record as far as peer-reviewed conference proceedings are concerned, I have actually lost the count of how many I have done. But I suppose, a lot of conference proceedings, some actually had, about 40 papers, and some conference proceedings had 675 papers, so like at a global scale. So that is actually my experience as far as the peer-reviewed conference proceedings editing is concerned. And other, of course, I have done so many other pieces as well in terms of books, reports, as you can sort of see, guidebooks and various other pieces for different audiences. And specifically for policymakers, I have actually sort of led the peer review process panel for UNDRR in 2015 in terms of putting together their global assessment report for disaster risk reduction. And again, you can see several products that I have been the main editor of. So I just want to share with you some of my experiences in perhaps providing a bit of a justification on why I think that I can actually give you this information and to do this talk. So linking with that, the outline of my talk this morning is to very briefly to take you through the peer review process and what editors and reviewers are looking for and some of the common mistakes that we all do. And also in order to overcome them, what sort of skills that we need to develop and some practical tips, including how to deal with the feedback. So what is peer review? Of course, it's review by peers. You know, it is very simple key definition that I want to share. But of course, you know, having said that, if you sort of go into the nitty-gritty of the definitions, there's no operational definition as such, but usually it implies external review. So in that sense, I suppose it can include review by editorial staff, depending on the circumstances, and also a review by experts in the field. Yeah. So I think it is, I like this quotation at the very end, the bottom of the slide. Peer review decisions are like diagnostic tests. False positives and false negatives are inevitable. I think we all need to keep that in our minds. And also, I like these two statements on the peer review process, you know, with a light heart. For example, stand at the top of the stairs with a pile of papers and throw them down the stairs. Those that reach the bottom are published. Yeah. And sort the papers into two piles, those to be published and those to be rejected. I think this actually summarizes in a more lighter way what the peer review process is all about. Okay, so what do editors want from papers? So I suppose, you know, we heard some really good insights from the previous speakers about how you can actually frame a very good paper. So this is what I'm now going to talk about is how the editors will see through your submission. For example, the editors want to see the importance and also your paper should be useful to readers and the truth. I think, again, you know, Professor Janaka emphasized that several times, you know, in terms of, you know, dealing with plagiarism and making the right references. I will get into that a little bit later also. And also the paper needs to have this excitement, or in other words, the wow factor. That is really important to get your publication to a high impact journal, and also clear and engaging writing. You know, I'm glad that there's a session as part of this program on clear and engaging writing from a native English writer, so which is very important as well. And also sort of editors, you know, look, they look for originality. What is new about the subject, treatment or results? But again, you know, I'm actually not giving any specific examples. I want to keep the points as generic as possible, bearing in mind the audience, because I know the audience actually come from a large spectrum of research areas. But I'm hoping that the points that I'm trying to cover are actually sort of will make sense as far as your subject matter is concerned. And also it needs to be relevant to, and also it should extend the existing knowledge. There's no point of trying to reinvent the wheel through journal publications or any other peer review publication. There need to be new knowledge through the paper that you're trying to add to the knowledge base. That is extremely important. And also research methodology. You know, the first speaker actually gave a really good insight into the importance of getting the research methodology right. Without having that, you can forget about getting any papers published in good journal papers. So in that sense, methodology is extremely important. That is actually the spinal cord of the research paper. And also there need to be clarity, structure, and the quality of writing. Does it communicate well? And also I think, particularly one of the mistakes that a lot of writers do, in particular whose main language is not English, we are trying to make it as complicated as possible by using very complicated terms. There's absolutely no need to do that. So you need to actually have a very clear structure, and also you need to be mindful about quality of writing. Again, one of the speakers will cover that aspect a bit later on. And also sort of there need to be a sound argument, and also there need to be logical progression. Yeah, and also the paper should address so what factors in my terms, which is actually the theoretical and practical implications. And also it is really important, the relevance of references. It doesn't mean that all the references need to be very much, the recent references. No, it doesn't work like that, because some of the seminal works might be going back to sort of maybe 10, 15, 20, 50, 70 years, depending on the subject. But make sure that you use the right references. And also it is very important, you need to adhere to the editorial scope and the objectives. Don't try to do whatever you want, but try and adhere to the scope and the objectives. That is extremely important. So if we sort of go, this is actually a very simple example that I want to share with you, summarizing the process of acceptance for a journal. You can actually sort of see submissions start at 100%. Then, it goes to the editor's decision. The editor decides, okay, it's a good journal. And then editor decides whether the journal needs revising at very early stages or reject. You can sort of see at very early stages, about 24% of articles gets rejected, and about 48%, will go to the next stage. So then the first review, about 66%, and then maybe with revision request, about 10% maybe withdrawn. So out of that 66%, the decision is 37% about maybe minor revisions and about 29% rejections. And from the first revision decision, the second review, it goes up to about 31%. And then again, we lose about another 6% of journals, whereas some authors might decide, oh, well, I cannot be bothered, for example. And then finally the decision. So you can sort of see the 100% has actually gone down to 29% as far as at the publication stage. So this is actually, you can actually get an overall view about the number of pieces that are involved. So because of that, it is really important that you keep the momentum going. If you want to actually get a good article published in a good journal, you shouldn't be discouraged, and you really need to keep going, and you don't be disheartened if you get sort of harsh comments or if your paper is rejected. Pick it up from there and take it forward. Okay, so from the editor's point of view, what are the sort of common mistakes that I have seen in submissions? Of course, there are quite a lot, but I just want to highlight some key points here. The research question is not specified. Again, I'm not going to actually go through how to rectify these problems because, again, the previous authors have highlighted them, but I want to emphasize these are some of the key points that we pick up as editors through the peer review process. And also sort of the aim of the paper or the aim of the research is not very well identified, and also the structure of the paper is chaotic. I think that is actually in some papers that has been the case. It is not very well done, or I can call it chaotic. And also the manuscript does not follow the right instructions for authors. No matter how clear the instructions are, some authors still prefer to do their own thing. So which is actually, I think you should try and avoid that. And also Again, another key point, some papers actually exceeds the number of words. Again, this is something that some authors are very good at doing. They completely ignore the instructions, and if the guidelines say 8,000 words, they do 15,000. Please try and avoid that, because that creates a lot of problems when you submit your paper. Yeah, and also sort of some authors made mistakes with the structure. For example, the introduction can just be an extensive review of literature. Again, one of the previous speakers very clearly highlighted what needs to be written in these various sections, and also the problems in the methodology and interventions and instruments that are not very clearly described depending on your subject area. And also results are reported selectively. I think this is really an important point. I want to spend a minute or two in explaining a little bit more. I think what some authors do is, when they have a kind of a really good sample, they try to produce several papers from that data sample. In doing so, they actually report only a portion of results in each paper. This is something that you should try and avoid. And because by doing so, you are spreading your expertise too thinly, and it will be very difficult for you to get an acceptance. My suggestion is, as an editor, if you have a good data set, try and do one good paper in one good high impact journal. That will actually take you to where you want to be, and also to share your research, rather than actually trying to do so many papers. So what matters is the quality rather than the quantity. Please bear that in mind. Yeah. And also sort of the problems with tables and figures and graphs, always there are issues. Either there's no cross-reference, or some authors just include tables for the sake of it without having any cross-reference whatsoever. And also there can be issues with references. Either references are out of date, or they cannot be accessed by most of the readers. And of course, we need to be mindful. Maybe, in most of our cases, maybe English is not our first language, but it is not an excuse to write a poor paper. We need to make sure that the paper is written in good language and following good publication principles. And also sort of some other mistakes. Again, one thing, another point that I want to emphasize is self-citations. You need to be very mindful about that, particularly with the latest technology. I think, again, Professor Janaka emphasized maybe 25 years ago, people might have actually just gone through these processes without any problem. But these days, there are a lot of systems available to sort of to identify these loopholes. For example, self-citations. I'm not saying that self-citations aren't allowed. They are allowed, but with limits. So do not try to do the self-citations beyond the limits. And also poor critical analysis, use of small data samples. I have seen some people submit journals maybe with 5 interviews, supported by very, very poor literature review. You should not actually invest your time in a situation like that. That is why I said the quantity really does not matter. What matters is the quality. Yeah. And also findings not backed up by data. Of course, some authors, they have a set of data, but the findings do not relate to data. So the findings and the data do not marry up. And also another weakness is failure to consider the audience. So you need to be very mindful about who the readers of your audience is. So that is really important. And also the one other point is plagiarism. Again, Professor Janaka also touched base on that. That is extremely important, but I will get into that a little bit later also. So in terms of sort of avoiding these common mistakes, you need to actually develop some important skills. What are they? These are actually some of them that I want to share with you. Information seeking skills. You need to have analytical skills in terms of sort of identifying relationships between concepts, steps, conceptualizing and organizing synthesis, and the reflection. And also you really need to know, no matter how good a researcher you are, if you don't have good reporting skills, it will be very difficult to get a good journal paper published. So in that sense, it is really important that you develop skills to present the outcomes in a proper order by also citing references. So some of the points to consider from the point of view of an editor in getting your paper in. The content, that is very important. What is the message that you are trying to give? And also the style of writing. Again, there's a presentation later, which is very, very important to all of us, I suppose, whose first language is not English. So the structure is very important, the language, and also the illustration. And the next one is the form, the grammar, the punctuation, the usage, spelling, and the format. Again, Professor Janaka emphasized the usage of the term the and I think he was absolutely right. I also have sort of found that quite amusing sometimes, but quite alarming, the use of these terms. So it is really important that you make sure that the form of your paper is actually in the right order. So from the point of view of practical tips, wearing my editor hat, always study the current literature. I think that will investing your time on going through the current literature will not be a waste. It is really important that you do that. And choose carefully where you want to publish. Get advice from colleagues who have experience in this business. Talk about their own experiences. So in that sense, I think having this type of events is really useful for everybody, not only for upcoming researchers, but for very experienced researchers also, because we need to be continuously updating our knowledge. And also look for good journals. So I think one of the next presentation will cover some of the points there. And also respect deadlines. Don't think that you can submit your paper at any time. If the particular call has a deadline, please respect that. And also you need to be conservative in any claims made. Again, this is very much down to the use of language. I think we shouldn't be actually making bold claims, sort of saying this is the best piece of research, something like that. So you need to be a bit mindful about it. And also you need to be a bit generous in your references to previous literature. And also, I think, don't be discouraged upon refusal from editors. I think particularly for early career researchers, I think this is really important. I can imagine, you write your first journal articles and you get a rejection. You will be so disheartened. Don't think like that. Think that as the very first step of a long process. Yeah. So in that sense, deal with comments in a completely detached manner. They are generally meant to be helpful. Again, Professor Janaka gave some examples in how he has, as a writer, as a paper author, how he has responded to some of the comments. That is a very important point. And also when you have one substantial paper published, it is always useful to pursue the theme with additional submissions, because that particular journal will accept papers in that area. And also it is very, very important that you study the style of the papers published in the journals relating to your area of expertise. So I suppose, again, many papers are rejected simply because they don't fulfill the expected requirements. They don't even go to the peer review process. As I actually showed you before, some papers don't even get to the peer review process. The editors decide that this paper either does not meet the editorial criteria, is too long, it's quite weak. So you need to be very mindful about that. So in that sense, I suppose you need to identify a few possible targets, but you need to be realistic. and find where to send your paper. It is really worth investing time in identifying the right journal. That is really a worth investment in my view. Identify who the editors are, the regional editors, subject area, and so on and so forth. And check a copy of the journal or the publisher's website. So you really need to invest a bit of time in identifying which journal to target. And also it is good practice to send an outline or abstract of your paper to the editors, asking suitability of that and also whether they are interested. I get a lot of emails like that, with abstracts and with their research ideas, asking whether it fits in well with the journal scope. I think I see that as good practice. And also I think you can actually get the confirmation on how an editor would like a submission. So it can be via email or hard copy and so on and so forth. But nowadays, we don't, particularly in our journal, we don't receive emails papers via email. It is very much through the Manuscript Central online submission process. I emphasized this point before, but I want to emphasize it again. It is really worth investing time understanding the basics of the journal that you want to target. Follow the guidelines, scope, the type of paper, the word length, and so on and so forth. It is really important. Nowadays, it's very easy because a lot of information is available via the World Wide Webs. You can just log in and see the details. Okay, so some of the helpful tips that I want to emphasize, again, getting back to this, the core area, plagiarism and the referencing. So the plagiarism from Latin, it means kidnapping. It is actually an act of taking someone else's work. So it is actually considered fraud. So you need to be extremely mindful. And again, in the past, maybe it would have been a bit difficult to pick up the copied text, but not anymore. There are tools to help, for example, Turnitin software and so on and so forth. So because of that, just make sure that you use the right referencing styles. And also, if you're using or reproducing other people's diagrams, tables, and so on and so forth, always make sure that you seek permission. That is very, very important. So this is actually extremely important point that I want to emphasize. So before you submit your article, don't be rushing to submitting papers. Let someone else see it. You can actually show a draft to one or more friends or colleagues and ask for their comments. I think that is good practice. We always do that for our own papers. And of course, as editors, it is very easy to pick up papers that have actually gone through a very careful process. Yeah. So why we need to do that is because we are always too close to our own work. So we don't see its gaps most of the times. And also, please make sure that you proof check your papers thoroughly. It is so annoying sometimes because we all are humans at the end of the day. It is very annoying to see some papers with very obvious mistakes. So that is why it is doing a paper to the good standard is really worth the investment. It will take some time, but you have to do that. Yeah. So in that sense, you need to ensure the paper is checked and edited so that it reads as one voice. That is very important. And also you need to demonstrate the authority and the rigor of research. So getting back to the review process, so you might actually receive different types of comments. Again, I have actually picked up some quotes from our journal. Even simply some people might just say, well done. Some people say a very good paper and I quite enjoy reading it, and some very encouraging points. So you need to be willing to accept both negative and positive feedback. So I suppose, some of the points that you need to remember, for example, putting a series of sentences that are each probably quite correct does not create a paper of any value, and you need to be very mindful about it. And also, some people can be quite blunt to sort of say, the last quotation, I'm sure you like it, the amazing scramble of references in the first 4 lines is beyond belief in a serious research paper. So some reviewers can be quite blunt like that also, but we need to sort of expect the fact that the reviewers are entitled to sort of their own opinion. So I think from this is actually from the editor's perspective. So from the writer's perspective, you should try and avoid getting into a situation like this. So in terms of revising, in my view, and I think, wearing my editor's hat, a request for revision is always good news. It really is. Don't be discouraged by getting an email asking you to revise the paper. It is really good news. So that means you are in the publishing cycle. Yeah, nearly every published paper is revised at least one. You need to be mindful of that. It is hardly, I'm trying to remind myself whether in our journal, whether we had any papers that were published without any amendments whatsoever. I just can't recall. So it is really important that you have a positive mind. Yeah. So even if the comments are sharp or discouraging, they aren't personal. I think this is really important. This is very important, particularly for early career researchers. For a person like me, I have gone through the system for 25 years or so I'm quite used to it. But I can imagine, if you have written your first paper and you have got harsh comments, it can be quite of, you might feel so upset and sad about it. So don't take it like that. The comments aren't personal. And in terms of sort of once you get the feedback, how to revise your paper, always acknowledge the editor and set a revision deadline. Again, Professor Janaka demonstrated some examples from his own field of studies. And also sort of it is worth consulting colleagues or co-authors and to address the points. And it is good practice to do a table highlighting what the editors have asked for in terms of revisions and how you have responded to them. Yeah. So, and also you can attach a covering letter highlighting the changes you have done, and also always meet the revision deadline. That is very, very important. But if your paper is rejected, again, what I want to say to you is don't be discouraged. Yeah, ask why and listen carefully. Yeah, so most editors always give detailed comments about a rejected paper, and take a deep breath and listen to what is being said. That is very important. And don't be disheartened or discouraged. Try again to improve the paper, and so you can of course submit elsewhere. Yeah, so don't give up. And I showed you an example. I think as rough terms, at least 50% of papers submitted don't get published. Everybody has been rejected at least once. In my case, of course, several times. I do not expect even now everything that I write and submit to get accepted straight away. So do not be disheartened. So keep trying and try and do the right papers in the right journals with the right data and to follow the right procedures. Thank you very much.
Professor Dilanthi, thank you very much. And any questions that we are going to move to the Q&A session, so the people can put into the chat area if they have any questions. And once again, that it was a really very informative presentation, and you have letting us know your inspiring publication history. And it was really a great chance to listen from an editor or editorial board to our participants, that how they think and what we have to do, and also that about the peer review process, and also what editors and reviewers are looking for. And further, that you mentioned that its importance of the methodology is the research methodology is the most important thing, and it's kind of a spinal cord of our research publication. So, and also the common mistakes seen in manuscripts submitted, and also that we have to understand the basis of the journals and plagiarism and references. So, and thank you very much. And also you specifically mentioned that whatever the paper we have to submit, it should have one voice. And once again, thanking. And I hope that you will stay with us till Q&A session. There are many questions came from the chat area. Sometimes you can answer by typing, or otherwise that we will move into, we will raise those questions at the Q&A session. Thank you very much once again. So we are moving into the next presenter, that Mr. Vishal Gupta. That's a very important part. He is coming from India. And so his presentation title is Perspective of High Impact Scholarly Publishers. So let's see that his sound, and I invite Professor Chamari to introduce him to the session. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Professor Banduni. Yeah, Mr. Vishal Gupta, he has 14 years of work experience in domains of publishing, data analytics, and marketing. Currently, he is employed with Elsewhere as Senior Customer Consultant, South Asia, where he is responsible for supporting Scopus, ScienceDirect, Mendeley user in India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, and Sri Lanka. His major responsibilities include engaging with ministries and key consortiums. Mr. Vishal is a certified presenter for Author Workshop and a Level 3 certified Mendeley trainer. Mr. Gupta, so it's over to you to talk to perspective of high impact scholarly publishers.
Thank you so much. I was going through all the presentations and I think they were excellently presented, and I think all the aspects from the points of an editor, from a researcher, from senior professors, they were very well placed, and it leaves a very good ground for me now to cover the next part of the presentation, which is finding out journals, relevant journals to publish in. I think we've all, gone through whatever the sorry, I'm just facing, just give me 1 second, I'm facing some issues. Could you please just confirm if you can see my screen correctly here?
Yes, now it is okay.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to present on behalf of Elsevier. A very good morning, good afternoon to everyone, wherever you are. We hope all of you are safe and taking necessary government precautions as we together fight this pandemic. This pandemic situation has given us a rare time window of self-introspection and made us remember the basic principles of life, which we had probably forgotten in our race with time. And what I have seen is that in any time of drastic change, it's always the learners who inherit the future. The people who continuously develop the ability to learn new things, acquire different forms of knowledge, and then adapt to these changes and apply the same in their day-to-day work are the people who usually survive and succeed. And this entire event is actually promoting the same concept. And I am here now to continue on this session and talk about the perspectives, share the perspectives of high impact scholarly publishers. Today in my presentation, I'll be covering the following points. A little bit on understanding today's research needs. I'll be covering, my major part of my presentation would be around journal metrics, and then strategies to choose journals involving the role of Scopus, and a little bit about the Elsevier Researcher Academy. So let me start with a brief about Elsevier. I'm sure all of you are aware of Elsevier as a publisher. At Elsevier, we partnered with the scholarly community for over 140 years to curate and verify knowledge. And As a leading publisher of science and health information, we at Elsevier serve 30 million scientists, students, health and information professionals worldwide. Combining content with technology supported by operational efficiency, we turn information into actionable knowledge. Tools and databases like ScienceDirect, Scopus, SciVal, Mendeley, Reaxys, Pure, and many more have been instrumental in guiding researchers worldwide. Now, researcher needs and demands have been changing owing to the change in the research landscape. Over the years, the research landscape has transformed from being subject-focused to being highly multidisciplinary. We at Elsevier strongly believe that serving this research community requires us to identify and analyze researcher needs in detail. Now, the main purpose of research is to inform action, to prove a theory, and contribute to the developing knowledge in a field or study. Whereas a word quite synonymous with research nowadays is innovation. And innovation is about taking inventions to the marketplace by translating scientific knowledge into products, services, and offerings for economic and social development. Every researcher like you today is striving hard to find opportunities to innovate and contribute to its institution's benefit, his country's benefit, and last but not the least, his own development. And these efforts are bringing a serious change in what today's researchers need. Today's researchers are more demanding than ever before, in a good way, because they look for citing impactful work, evaluate their own impact, be more organized, find relevant collaborators, manage research data, and much more. And therefore, look for tools that can help them in achieving these objectives more efficiently. However, the most important resource for any researcher still remains to be finding quality research articles to read and finding quality journals to publish in. Now, there is a huge amount of data that is available around us. And at a click of a button, we can find out, a lot of data. But how do you identify the content that is useful and can be trusted? Now, when we apply logic to any data, it turns into information. So when we talk about logic, logic could simply mean a bunch of keywords, right? So if you use a bunch of keywords on Google, it searches from its database and gives you information. Now, is information something that you can use in your research? Well, it is something that is good to have. It'll enhance your, a knowledge about the field, but it is not something that can be cited unless it is peer-reviewed. Once it is peer-reviewed information is knowledge. And knowledge is something which is actually required by researchers. Now, with regular application of this knowledge, one can start getting insights. And with experience, like our speakers before me and after me, with experience, you can turn these insights into wisdom. So with an ocean of data surrounding you, it takes logic, peer-reviewed information, application of knowledge, and experience to achieve wisdom. However, for researchers, the quest for knowledge does not end by searching only journal content. In the recent years, with the advent of big data and data science, research has become more powerful and more data-driven. If you look at the scientific publishing industry nowadays, there are more than 6,000 scientific journal publishers, more than 45,000 peer-reviewed scholarly articles published, more than 3 million articles published every year, which increases by an average of 3% year on year, and 4 million unique authors every year. So these numbers are huge. So we all understand that if we read quality, we publish quality. Reading quality journals help us in having access to quality research articles, which further enhances our research acumen. But finding relevant journals is not that easy. In fact, finding the most relevant journal to read or publish in still remains to be a major challenge for researchers today. Now, the speakers before me have really gave good insights into how to write a good paper, how to understand the intricacies of writing a good research article, understanding editors, understanding reviewers. Now, at times we may follow everything correctly, but as Professor Dilanti said, that we face rejection a lot of times, right? And if you look at the scientific industry, rejection rate is close to 80 to 90%. So, which means that if 10 papers are submitted, approximately 8 are rejected, maybe rejected or sent back for revision, right? So it's very important that you don't get disheartened at any point. But we need to understand what is the core reason behind it. Of course, there are many reasons. There may be some technical shortcomings. There may be some additional points that the editor and the reviewers might want to see. But this is one of the most critical steps, which is sometimes not given as much importance, which is journal selection. Now, every institute organizes author workshops, research writing workshops, technical writing skills for researchers. And because every researcher strives hard to publish their articles in high impact journals. Now, identifying the most relevant journal to publish one's own article is highly technical and requires a lot of analysis. Now, researchers can do everything correctly in the entire research workflow till they submit their article, and yet face rejection. So, as a researcher, you might be thinking that my research is perfect. I have done everything meticulously. My references are top class. My article's similarity index proves my article is not plagiarized. Nothing can stop my paper being published. And this is good confidence. Confidence is important when you are submitting your article to a journal. But what happens is, in the end, that we face rejection. And, this is sometimes can bring a lot of frustration. My wife is also a researcher, and I have been through this phase. So I have seen her sulking about, not getting accepted. But what I realized, and what our editors actually tell us, that most of the times this is because of poor journal selection. Now, what are the different qualitative and quantitative metrics that define a journal? Because when you look for a journal, of course, you want to look at metrics, right? In fact, in my understanding, there is nothing like a good journal, a right journal, or a wrong journal. And this is totally my perspective. For me, I think as a researcher, there is either a relevant journal or an irrelevant journal. And a lot of relevance depends upon the aims and scope of a journal. And not one metric alone can define the quality of a journal. And as such, as researchers, you need to take into consideration a bouquet of metrics to narrow down to the most relevant journals to read and publish in. So let's have a look at the common metrics that are available for you to analyze your journals with. The most common one being impact factor. Now, whenever you talk about metrics, the first metric that comes to your mind probably is impact factor. Now, when we look at impact factor, how impact factor is calculated, right? It takes into account the all the articles that are published in the last 2 years, right? So if you're calculating impact factor for a journal in 2020, it will take all the articles published in 2018 and 19 in the denominator, and all citations received by those articles in the current year, which is 2020, in the numerator. And you divide it, there is a further normalization, and you get a impact factor. Now, impact factor can be calculated for 2 years or 5 years. There's a 2-year impact factor and a 5-year impact factor. Now, when comparing journals from the same core subject area, impact factor gives a very good comparison. However, research nowadays has become more and more multidisciplinary, and comparing journals that publish multidisciplinary content using impact factor can be a bit challenging. And therefore, there are needs for alternative metrics. Now, what do you see? Sometimes what we see is that all journals do not have impact factor. And by all journals, I mean some very good upcoming journals, right? And then conference proceedings are not considered for impact factor. So when I say all articles, they don't include conference papers. And then again, what I have observed is that impact factor sometimes is biased towards fast-moving subject areas like medicine. In the field of medical sciences, you will see a lot of journals with very high impact factors, but not so in the case of slow-moving subject areas like mathematics. You would not find a lot of high impact factor journals in mathematics. And again, we should not confuse high impact journals with high impact factor journals. So that is just one metric that we are talking about. So there is requirement for alternative metrics that can give you a different angle to look at a journal. We can't judge a journal based on just looking at it from one particular angle. So what are those metrics that are available? One of those metrics, quite popular nowadays, is CiteScore. The best part about CiteScore, it is free. It is comprehensive as it is based on Scopus, which has the world's broadest and largest citation database. It is clear in terms of it is transparent and easy to calculate, and you can do it yourself. It is current. So that means you can get an updated CiteScore for a journal monthly. Now, why is this important? Because a journal keeps on improving, or decreasing in quality. So either ways, you need to have a track of how the journal is performing month on month. Is the quality going down month on month, or it is going up? That will give you a good idea about the future of that particular journal. Now, the way it is calculated, CiteScore is calculated, is pretty similar. The only difference is it takes a 4-year window. So this has been amended in 2020. So it takes a 4-year window now, and gives a better range to the researchers. The other metrics which are quite popular now are SNIP, which is Source Normalized Impact per Paper. Now, SNIP was developed by CWTS, University of Leiden, Netherlands, and this is basically a normalization metric that can help you in comparing multidisciplinary journals. So what technology it actually uses, so I'm just going to explain it very clearly, is that the impact of a single citation is given higher value in subject areas where citations are less likely. So let's say a citation in the field of mathematics is given higher value because it's a slow moving field, and you are less likely to get cited as quickly as other fast performing subjects like chemistry, like medicine, etc. So this is the way it normalizes, and using SNIP, you can actually compare multidisciplinary journals to find out how good a journal is in a particular subject area. And the third metric, again, quite popular, SJR, or SCImago Journal Ranking. Now, SJR is a prestige metric. So what SJR actually does, it calculates the prestige of a journal. How does it calculate prestige of a journal? So it not only the number of citations are important, but also where these citations are coming from are also important. For example, a citation coming from a patent has higher impact. Citation coming from a top author has higher impact. Citation coming from a top institute has higher impact. So not only the number of citations, but also the source of citations are also important. And SJR gives you an insight into the prestige of a journal. Now, there may be several other metrics that are available, and these 4 are probably the most common ones that are being used. And, different situations require different analysis. Now, while there are several strategies that one can undertake to choose relevant journals, for example, you can look at where the articles you have cited have been published. You can look at the journals referenced in the bibliography of key papers in your field. You can look at where the top authors in your field are publishing. But I think an ideal strategy should partly be based on your preferences and partly on the characteristic of the metric that is needed to help answer your question. Now, this table gives you a brief insight on how you can choose different metrics and in which situations you can choose different metrics. Just for example, if you're looking for a subject field normalized, so you can either go for CiteScore percentile, SNIP, or SJR. CiteScore itself is not subject field normalized. And similarly, if you want to check the frequency of the citation calculation, the metric calculation, again, CiteScore is an annual calculation, whereas CiteScore percentile, SNIP, SJR, they're all annual calculations, whereas the CiteScore percentile or the tracker is a monthly based calculation. So there are different strategies that you can take, but believe, the quotation that I've kept here is that always begin with the end in mind. So you should be very clear of what you want to achieve. If you are clear in there, you'll be able to choose the right metrics and come to a conclusion quicker. Now, to help you out with getting everything at one place, there are several journal finders that are available for every publisher, right? Every publisher has their own journal finder where you can actually go and enter some details and find out relevant journals to publish in. And this is Elsevier's journal finder. All you need to do is go into this portal, enter your paper title, paper abstract, keywords, the field of research, and then there are several sets of preferences that you can choose from. If you want to publish in an open access journal or not, what is the time frame that you're looking at for the first review. You can set up all these filters, and then the system can recommend you relevant journals to publish in. Now, every other publisher will have their own journal finder. So you can actually go to different platforms and look for relevant journals. Now, this will actually help you in creating a pool of the relevant journals where you could publish in. Now, you still need to narrow down to your top preferences. So what we've done is there are 7 key questions that I feel that you should consider when you should evaluate the journals that you have finally identified. So let us start with the first one, which is the manuscript right fit for the journal? Now, for this, what you need to do, you need to check the aims and scope of the journal, read the latest articles to find out the current interest of that journal, look at the subject areas covered, the type of articles considered, and the disciplines covered. So if you do all this, you answer the first question. Second, are there any funder or institution mandates to consider? So do ensure that the journal aligns with the funder or institutional requirements regarding publication. The journal information page will explain options around open access, data publishing, and use of persistent identifiers. Also, publisher websites will often provide information on how to comply with specific funding body mandates. Next, is the journal visible in the communities you want to reach out to? So again, my suggestion, very simple, don't run after metrics, find the right audience. Metrics is something that will help you in analyzing the journals. But in the end, what matters is who's reading your content. Make sure that the journal you choose has the right audience for your content. If it has the right audience, it'll get the desired attention, the readability, the visibility, and the desired number of citations as per, which is important. Only if it has the right audience. Then is there a reasonable chance of acceptance? Now, do look for the acceptance and rejection rate as well. I'm giving you this suggestion as young scholars. And then factor in your decision-making process. Not all journals may offer this information, but most of them do. Now, this can be found on Elsevier journals with the Elsevier Journal Finder. Don't submit to a journal extremely unlikely to accept your paper, especially if quick publication is a priority. And we often get misled by this particular term, quick publication. So if you receive any constructive comments upon rejection, as Dr. Dilanti also said, be sure to incorporate them into your article before submitting into a new journal. Now, it can be quite tempting to submit your article to the highest impact journal with the highest impact metrics. Now, and these type of journals often have the highest rejection rates. Now, this doesn't mean that your manuscript won't be accepted, right? It is just that probably it's only worth submitting to these journals if you can meet all the journals' criteria. So you need to be very true to yourself that yes, you are complying with everything, and then you submit. Now, next point to consider is that journal indexed in relevant databases? So do search for the journal in scholarly databases that has a rigorous selection process, such as Scopus or Web of Science. Don't rely solely on the journal's claim to be listed in databases. Predatory journals may often make false claims. I have seen examples of a few journals which mention that they are Scopus indexed. And when I went on their website and checked, the spelling of Scopus was incorrect. So be sure that you are reading correctly and you're doing your research about journals correctly. Also, factor into consideration what the journal metrics reveal. So don't rely on one metric. Always look for multiple metrics in a holistic way. Do search within the abstract and citation databases such as Scopus to allow you to find and compare journals based on several citation metrics. And I'm going to show you a snapshot of that as well. And last but definitely not the least, is the journal reputable and practices robust peer review? Now, don't fall prey to predatory journals. And to validate your journal selection, I would recommend you to visit a website which is quite popular, which is Think, Check, and Submit. So this, I recommend every researcher to visit, and this will help you in validating your journal selection as well. Now, I hope some of you have heard about Scopus as well. And Scopus is the world's largest abstract and citation database of peer-reviewed literature. Now, there are different qualitative and quantitative metrics that define a journal and help indicate which are the high impact journals. In fact, as I said earlier, there's no good, there's no bad, there is no wrong journal. There is always a relevant or an irrelevant journal. So how does Scopus help you in identifying such journals? Now, just to give you a brief background of Scopus, Scopus is an abstract and a citation database, close to 82 million records. It includes not only journals, but also conferences, books, and patents. And it covers journals from every subject area, from physical sciences, health sciences, social sciences, and life sciences. And compared to other databases, Scopus covers a much greater proportion of library holdings, so making value-based analysis of your collections more robust. Now, Scopus has a unique feature where you can actually compare up to 10 journals on one single window using several parameters. So, for example, the parameters include CiteScore, SJR, SNIP, citations by year, documents by year, percentage not cited, and percentage review articles published. Now, all this, a combination of all this analysis will really help you in narrowing down to the most relevant journals that you need to read or to publish in. In fact, they also give you a timeline history of the CiteScore, the SJR, and SNIP, which lets you know the history, the publication history, or the performance history of a journal, which is very important. A lot of times, what we see that you end up in publishing in a journal, which soon is removed from databases like Scopus or Web of Science, and then you're confused that when I published, this journal was indexed, and now it is not indexed. And what is the reason behind it? The reason behind it is that probably the journal was already under the radar, and this was because of the falling quality year on year. So you need to have a good understanding of the history of the journal as well, whether it is growing in quality in CiteScore, in SJR, in impact factor, in SNIP year on year or not, or is it falling down? If you take into consideration all these things, I think you'll have a good chance of ending up in choosing the right journals, the most relevant journals to publish in. And of course, Scopus also gives you categorization of the quartiles, the journals. So not all journals on Scopus will be of the same impact. There will be some very high impact journals. There will be some low impact journals, but overall, it gives you a good categorization. So the journals on Scopus are divided into quartiles, right? So there is first, second, third, and fourth quartile. And if you look at the first quartile, it means top 25% journals on Scopus. And that will, those are actually measured on the basis of their CiteScore values, their SNIP, SJR values, and their relevance or impact in a particular subject area. So the same journal can be ranked higher in one subject area and can be ranked lower in another subject area if it's a multidisciplinary journal. And categorization of these quartiles really help help researchers understand which are the top journals in a particular field. So do visit Scopus, and even if you don't have full access to Scopus, you can always visit the Scopus source page to find out which journals are currently indexed and which are the top journals in a particular field. And also, last, to leave you with something interesting is that, when you talk about different metrics, of course, a bouquet of metrics will present more challenges. And how to choose which metric at which point of time, this use case table will actually help you in finding out which metrics to consider when you have a particular use case. For example, if you're looking to compare journals across different subject areas, the recommended metrics are site score percentile, SNIP, or SJR. If you are looking to measure the prestige rather than popularity, then you should go for SJR. So this table will actually give you a good insight on the particular use case and which metrics to be used in that particular use case. This is my last slide, and this is something really important for all young scholars, research scholars out there. Elsevier has introduced the Elsevier Researcher Academy, which will help you save time and achieve your objectives as you work from home. The Elsevier Researcher Academy is an open learning management platform for researchers. This platform offers certificates and rewards as users progress through the different modules. So this platform actually contains curated content, curated modules, and courses for research scholars. There are important courses like how to find the right journal, book writing, technical writing skills, fundamentals of publishing, everything that is being discussed today. There are a lot of courses that you can take up on this particular platform. You can get registered here, and once you complete a course, you get a certificate from the Elsevier Researcher Academy, giving you credit about the completion of this course. And there is another unique course here. There are two very interesting courses for senior researchers as well, if you are interested in becoming a peer reviewer. So there is a course on how to become a peer reviewer, and then there is a certified peer reviewer course as well. So I encourage all young researchers to go to this platform and learn at your own pace and develop your research skills as well. Finally, we welcome feedback and suggestions from all researchers on how we can further help you at this challenging time. Elsevier remains committed to working together with the NSF and the research community of Sri Lanka to improve the value we deliver to researchers, research leaders, librarians, funders, and healthcare professionals. Remarkable progress has been made during this pandemic thanks to the dedicated researchers and health professionals, each contributing to a different global community. At Elsevier, we feel privileged to serve this community by combining advanced technology with reliable information to deliver insights. It is our goal to accelerate progress through innovation in partnership with communities we serve, and to play our part in building a better future for research, health, and people everywhere. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vishal Gupta, for your informative presentation, and it is letting us know of high impact scholarly publishers and what they expect and how we have to select it. And really, it's very informative. I think many of us don't know about what you have think, and now they will start to rethink of what you have mentioned. And of course, research demanding is more demanding than ever before. And general impact factors are, we think it's somewhat important. And you have given us a very insight on research matrix and site scoring impacts, as well as what is in SNIP and SCIMAGO and so on. And also that what are the prestige journals and what kind of, how we are going to achieve such journals to publish our prestigious research. And actually you mentioned that the key questions to be considered when selecting a journal. So I'm sure that your informative presentation make us to rethink of where to go and also what to do. And also you advise us to do not select prey to predatory journals. So how do we identify those journals? having thanked Mr. Vishal Gupta once again, and we are moving to the next presentation, and where we talk about how to avoid predatory journals. So I'm greatly invite Professor Jayatissa from University of Ruhuna to present us on how to avoid predatory journals. Thank you once again. And Professor Chamari, please introduce our next speaker to the audience.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Banduni. Yeah, so it's my honor to introduce our next eminent speaker, Professor P. Jayatissa. Professor Jayatissa is a senior professor in botany, University of Ruhuna, and he's the Dean of the Faculty of Graduate Studies, University of Ruhuna. He obtained his MSc from University of Ruhuna on Biosciences and PhD from University of Stirling, UK. And he has published over 150 peer-reviewed articles and having a Google index to over 2000. And also he holds H index of 21. So let's listen to Professor Jayatissa on how to avoid the predatory journals. Professor Jayatissa, over to you. So actually, I saw a message from him that he has a power cut. I don't know whether he has joined.
Professor Jayatissa, are you there?
Because there was a message saying that he's having a power cut.
Professor Chamari, I am Shanta from NSF. As I see in the participant list, Professor Jayatissa indicates he is online. I mean, online he has connected. Yeah.
So maybe he can't hear us, or he is also asking to unmute.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry for the trouble. Okay. Can you allow me to? Yeah. Can you allow me to on video also? It is also blocked. Yeah. Now it's okay. Yeah. So are you going to share the presentation? So I have sent it to you. You want me to share?
Yes, yeah. Better if you could share, please. Thank you.
Professor Jayatissa, are you sharing your slides, please?
Yeah, I can do that. I thought you are going to do that.
I think it's better to keep the control with you. That's what we thought.
Yeah. Hello?
Yes, we can see your slides now.
Right,
Please start, sir. Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much and good afternoon. First of all, I have to thank NSF and collaborators for their national service, including this webinar, and particularly their service to combat the use of predatory journals in the country, because I know that this is the similar work was done in 3 years back, a seminar to make all the university vice chancellors and research institute heads aware on fake or predatory journals. So therefore, first of all, I have to thank, and then I'm going to start the presentation asking a simple question, what is a research? Actually, there may be different viewpoints, different definitions, but more or less same. Research is a disciplined inquiry. In other words, it's an investigation subject to a series of disciplines. Then we may, if we are studying, if we are conducting the research and just to minimize the error and replication just to calculate the if there is any error, so then verification or repeating the research just to verify the results. In addition to use of replicates, then if it is, to be accepted as a research, it should be ended up with new knowledge. So otherwise, if there is no new knowledge, we can't say that it's a proper research. But new knowledge does not mean a revolutionary finding. Something new, as an example, if we study something in one institute or one university, so somebody can do the same thing, do the same study for another university. Both of them may get the same results, but still, second one also considered as new knowledge. In that way, there should be a new knowledge to be accepted an investigation as a research. Then the last but most important thing is that most important discipline, research must be disseminated in standard and accepted way, ensuring that other people can also repeat or do the same thing to verify. So therefore, without dissemination, proper dissemination, we cannot say any investigation as a research. What is not disseminated in proper way is not a research. So therefore, I can ask a few examples with few questions based on an example. Let's assume that somebody has found a very important. What are the ways we can consider as a the professor's wife who found the new thing. She also is a professor. To friends who travel by train every day with him. So they discuss various subjects during their travel, explaining it to his colleagues at monthly gathering in which they eat and drink. Staff meeting. So then, of course, everybody may accept methods, presenting an annual conference of the relevant field, publishing it in a peer-reviewed journal. But what are the answers to others? Actually, those are not accepted as proper dissemination methods, then the problem is, important thing is that why can't we accept them as a proper dissemination? So there is a reason. Acceptable way of dissemination of knowledge in research should be a planned, interactive process of communicating to a target audience. Then only we can consider it as a proper dissemination. So it can be fulfilled by journal or presenting it in a proper conference or symposium, seminar, sessions, or colloquium, but not by publishing in a predatory journal or presenting in a fake conference. Then let's see why research should be actually researchers should be vigilant not only on predatory or fake journals, but hijacked journals and fake conferences as well. So why? What are the consequences of publishing in fake or predatory journals or fake conferences? So before that, we should have a clear idea what is a predatory journal. As a definition, we can say any open access journal that does not follow the proper peer review process and does not provide a good editorial service is a predatory journal or fake journal. It doesn't mean that all open access journals are predatory. There are a large number of open access journals which are highly standard. So, but anyway, out of those open access journals, if any journal do not follow a proper peer review process and do not give us a good editorial service, then we have to consider it as a predatory journal, fake journal. So what are the consequences of publishing in predatory journals? We can draw consequences under 3 subcategories. What will happen to you? What will happen to your institute if you are an employee? Then what will happen to the country if you publish in fake journals? For you, actually, it's a wasting of your valuable findings. So I have seen many fake journal publications, and I understood that actually there is a novelty. There are very good findings, but or predatory journal, they have published. Later they can realize that it's a fake journal, but in most of the cases, then you cannot do anything. Then it means you are wasting your valuable findings to earned by spending large space, or it's damage to your credibility. You have published in fake or predatory journals. They will understand, they will think various things. So the other one, even though you realize later that it is a predatory journal, fake journal, then although you try to withdraw it, sometimes it cannot be withdrawn. Even though, in reality, you can get it withdrawn by it is not possible. They don't maintain that journal continuously. There is no secure system to keep their literature in the internet. So then, in addition to that, actually, it's a kind of fraud. If you publish in fake journals, then if you produce it to get a promotion or salary increment, of course it's a fraud, although it is happening quite frequently in Asian countries, including Sri Lanka. But it's a fraud. We can't say that we were not aware on that, because the unawareness on the law is not an excuse. So then finally, what will happen to your institute? It is a disgrace for your institute as well. And it may reduce the standard, lower the standard, or lower the rank of your institute, and it will downgrade the future progress of your institute. So then you can see here, actually, we have done a systematic study on the level of fake journal publications in Sri Lankan university system under various disciplines, different disciplines. This is the results under science-based faculties. Out of we used all the 15 universities in Sri Lanka. There are actually 12 science faculties in 15 universities. This is the results. In some cases, it is nearly 70% percentage of fake journal publication when compared with the total number of publications. So if you check here, it is the average is over 20%. So then what will happen to the country? It will actually, fake journal publications, predatory publications, mislead the policymakers and development planners. Because we can't expect that everybody can identify fake literature. Whenever it is published and available and open access, policymakers and development planners may use those literature thinking that those are genuine. As an example, let's assume that somebody has published how much water is carrying to the sea every year by a particular river, and what are the variations, seasonal variations. So if it is not peer-reviewed and published in a fake journal, it may be used to plan a reservoir, damming of a river, something like that. So then at the end, if the information given in the paper are not reliable, it will lead to a disaster. So in that way, it will mislead policymakers and development planners. Accordingly, it will downgrade the development. There will be a huge waste of money in some cases. And I have seen in several places, companies market their health products, particularly some herbal products, saying that its quality, its efficacy has been verified by this publication. When I check it, either it's a fake conference paper or published in a fake predatory journal. So unreliable data can be used for marketing of some products that will be a threat to public health. And the other most important thing is that we can calculate how much the charge for a fake journal may be minimum $100. So then if you get the total number of fake journal publications in Sri Lanka, you can calculate how much money has drained out from the country. So fortunately, there is no any single fake journal running in Sri Lanka. All the fake journals, predatory journals, our people have published are publishing in another country. Then it is unavoidable to drain out money from the country. So those are the negative impacts. You can see, now I got this from internet, what is the situation of the level of fake journal publication in different countries. You can see here in this publication, there are no Western countries, all are Asian countries or Middle East countries like this. So Sri Lanka is not in this list because still there is no any publication on the level of fake journals in Sri Lanka, but we are preparing that publications. Actually, it will come to the top of this list when we publish the results of our study on the level of fake journal publications in Sri Lanka. So, then how can we avoid predatory publications? So there are two ways to avoid predatory journals. First one, either you have to learn to identify predatory journals and avoid them, or you have to learn how to identify credible journals as described in previous lectures, and use those journals only to publish your results. Of course, there are different standards to suit for any findings to publish in such a credible journals, starting from index journals to local journals running just 2 issues per year or even 1 issue per year. So then we have to follow, you have to follow either one of these two or both. You can follow. Learn to identify predatory journals and then we can identify, people can avoid them. So there are two methods for the identification of predatory journals. We can name it as Bohannon method. It's a direct method, and Bales method. It's an indirect method. Let's see how to practice Bohannon method. You might have read the publication by Bohannon in Nature, I think. What he has done, he checked directly whether his paper is peer-reviewed or not by sending to around 300 journals. What he has done, he created the paper artificially, including simple mistakes which can be noticed by even an advanced level student, and sent to journals. And got the results. Around 250 journals accepted, 300 journals selected from Bales list. 250 journals accepted as it is, or subject to minor corrections which are nominal, and only few the others accepted the paper subject to some corrections. Only very few journals rejected. So anybody can do that. I mean, just create a paper. It's not easy. You don't need to do a research. Just create a paper. If you know the format, how to write a paper. Just you can include various parts. You can copy paste various parts from on. You can include very simple mistakes, common mistakes, not language or things like that. Subject matter, mistakes in subject matter. So then include more than one, then send it to the within the same week you will get a result. So in understand whether they have noticed the errors you have included. Mistakes, simple mistakes you have included. So then it's the direct method you can decide that those journals are not following the peer review process and not giving a good editorial service. So then the other method, indirect method, followed by Jeffrey Bale, a librarian, everybody knows about that story. And in his method, he searched for signs of two things, lack of peer review process and lack of editorial service. So, of course, there's a series of signs for lack of peer review process and lack of editorial service. But we have to remember any single sign cannot be used alone just to identify predatory journal. On the number and intensity of signs, we can decide without a doubt that it's a predatory journal. So one example, I'm going to give one by one a dozen of examples, dozen of signs. First one, time taken from the submission to the acceptance is unusually short. I have copy-pasted the paper submitted on 17th July and less than a month taken to accept it. Accept means after a so-called review and sending the review, sending the comments and getting feedback from the author. 20th August, they have received. So, in some predatory journals, they do not show this part in their publications because they know that people can understand whether it's a good journal or not just by looking at this one. But actually, I have to repeat that there are very rare examples in credible journals also. They have reviewed the paper within and sent feedback within few weeks, but it is very rare. So then the number of issues per volume is not consistent in some cases. If you check here in this example, normally there are 4 issues per year, but here you can see 6 issues. Sometimes it is 10 issues, sometimes 15 issues, like that. Right? Normally, if there is a progressive change, if it is a progressive change, we can accept that. Let's say with the popularization of the journal, we decide to increase the number of issues per year. Then that number will remain continuously in the future. So in that way, if it is a progressive change, it's okay. But no, sometimes it increase in 1 year, then decrease again after a couple of years, it increase again. In that way, haphazard way, we can see that number of issues per volume is not consistent in with the time, with the year. So it is true for the number of papers per issue also. If you go into these issues, sometimes there may be only 2 or 3 papers. But in another issue, another volume, there may be 10 papers. Depending on the number of papers they receive, they just publish it because the client expect early publication, then they do that. So in that way, the number of issues per volume as well as the number of papers per issue is not consistent. So it's a sign of fake or predatory journals. The third one, simple mistakes in the format or text. Sometimes simple syntax errors in the language. Of course, even after a good editorial service, rarely there may be some mistakes very rarely. But in fake journals, you can find such syntax errors quite frequently in the same paper. In addition to that, very simple mistakes in the format. As an example, you can see in this paper, after the abstracts, they would have started the introduction. Just instead of introduction, they have used the term abstract. It's the mistake done by the author in sending the paper. But what the journal has done, whatever they received from the author, they publish it as it is. So that's the nature. Then variations in the format. You can see here the font of the title of these two papers. These are two adjacent papers in the same volume. It couldn't be if it is a credible journal. But you can see this type of things in fake or predatory journals. This is a technical error, error in the format. Sometimes between papers in the same issue. Sometimes you can check. Actually, it should be consistent throughout the issues. Sometimes you will see that in different issues also in the same year, in different years, different formats they are following. Again, it can be accepted. It's a progressive change. They have a freedom to revise or improve the structure and format, but after that, it should be consistent. So it is not here, issue to issue, paper to paper. There may be some variations. So here another one, you can see here, there may be tiny things, minor things you have to notice. Here, the style of the author's name given here is different from the style here used in another paper in the same issue. So then variations in the referencing format. Actually, if a clever candidate, a clever researcher, they can minimize errors in the referencing format using new software. But some people try to publish in fake journals. They don't try even for that. So in that case, you can see variations in the referencing formats. Here you can see the style of presenting the author's name different. And in one publication, the year is given just after author's name, but in another, it is given at the end, like this. So in that way, sometimes it may be, still it is important. Normally editors check it and correct it. So if there are so many different styles within the same referencing list, it means just copy pasted and send to the journal. In that way, you can identify. Then there are some other features also, giving misleading information on indexing of the journal. So some of the indexes given are, of course, established to give the indexing service for any journal request without checking whether it's a good journal or not. They normally establish and give the service even for fake journals. Whenever they ask and pay money, they get that name into the relevant index and then they display that. In addition to that, actually, there are some good indexes also given here as PubMed. So then just don't believe that straight away. Instead, check that to know whether it is correct or not. Go to the PubMed or Medline database and check whether that journal is indexed or listed in their journal list. Then you will realize it is not true. So in that way, they are misleading the authors, giving or claiming some indices. Right? Then colorful, their websites are colorful and attractive, but if you want to check whether it's a fake journal or not, you better go through the content of the website. There may be many weaknesses. Pasted this part from one journal. It says the publication charge depends upon the number of pages and number of authors also. It is understandable. Fees, publication fee depends on the number of pages or number of images. No, here it says number of authors also. So that, then you can, think about that. So then another few more features. Most of the predatory journals use boastful language and cheap marketing strategies to attract researchers. They say they are the leading publisher, and sometimes they show how many people visited the website. Whenever you visit, you can see that. So we can't see that type of tricks in reputed credible journals. So then the name of the journal does not adequately reflect its origin. Sometimes it's called American Journal of something or Canadian Journal of something, but no link to America or Canada, like that. Then the very common thing in many cases, subject discipline or scope of the journal is excessively broad. Sometimes combine two or more fields which are not normally seen together. As an example, International Journal of Humanities and Technology. Of course, one can argue that why can't we link these together? Yes, it is possible, but whenever you check, just aim of this title is to attract anything, get anything. Whenever you check the content of journals, papers, you will see they have accepted anything and everything. So then they send emails requesting to submit papers. The interesting thing is that if there is a, let's say, researcher going to developing countries and living in a developed country, then that if in Asian country and in another in their own country, Western country. In general, these emails inviting to publish is coming to Asian country email, not to the email in Western country. So then you can realize who are the target, who is the target audience. So for fake journals. So then sometimes they don't have policies or practices for digital preservation. If the journal do not get enough papers, they cease their operations. Then after that, all of the content disappear from the internet. Then whenever you checked, it will indicate that it is your fault, download limit exceeded. But reality is that they have stopped that channel. So then those are some of the features you can use to identify fake and fake or predatory journals and then avoid them. But another easy way is to use Jeffrey Bell's list. You can check, first of all, standalone journals list. There is a drop-down list and check whether it is listed by Jeffrey Bell. If it is not, just go to the journal paper and find out who is the publisher of that journal. Then go to the publishers list here and check. By then actually everybody, I think, know that Jeffrey Bell has stopped updating his list in 2018 due to some legal problems. Then some other organizations have got the content of Jeffrey Bell's list and now updating it. So in that case, you can go to the update. But it doesn't mean that all the fake journal, all the predatory journals are listed here. There is no such a list up to now. 100% complete list of predatory journals are not existing. So therefore, if you find that it is listed in this list, do not select it to publish. But still, you have to check the journal to know whether it is not listed in Bell's list, even in the updated list, but still it is a fake. It has to be decided by on your own. So then you can find what are the predatory journals and just avoid publishing your data in those. Then the second way I initially mentioned, either you have to identify predatory journals and avoid them, or you have to identify credible journals. We can say white list of journals, of course with different standards, and use those journals only to publish your data. So in that case, actually, some countries have done it. As an example, in India, UGC CARE list gives the list of white journals, acceptable journals. But other people, you have to get the membership, you have to subscribe to get the membership to see the details, see the list. But everybody, there should be a white list prepared for the country. So as an example, we in Runa University, we have prepared a white list of journals. So this is the white list approved by the Senate of University of Runa. There are 3 categories. Category 1 is 3 indices given in Commission Circular 916 as index journals. Then category 2, except these 3 indices, some other reputed journal database which not includes predatory journals. There's a list of things actually here, a list of databases. And then the category 3, non-predatory journals, which are not included in the above category 1 and 2, but included in any other widely used databases. So it means actually, although we put Scopus here, Scopus journals are in the category 1. Scopus, some of the journals are in category 1. Then some of the journals are in category 2. There may be some journals in Scopus not belongs to category 1, not belongs to category 2, but still acceptable reputed journal. Then those journals goes to category 3. So in that way, we have listed here some journals in local languages also. But actually, even though we have given categories here, somebody has to elaborate this work. I think NSF is doing a great job, national service to the country. NSF can prepare such a list. Prepare means give the whole list of journals instead of giving databases. Here, what we have given, the list of databases. Then somebody has to go to that database. Some are free, some are not free. And check whether that particular journal they are targeting is there listed in that. So instead, there may be one organization, maybe UGC. We can say it's a job of the duty of the UGC, or institute like. You can prepare the whole list of maybe 25,000 journals, maybe listed in a database, and prepare a survey in which category is the journal, like Web of Science, Clarivate Analytics Master Journal list. So whenever you search journal, if it is there, it says in what are the other what are the other places you can find that journal. In that way, somebody has to complete this as a help. I think even though this is the last one. Thank you very much. Right?
Sir, that it was really informative, and actually that since we are providing the recording, the participants can see that what are those and all that details, and also that if you have any questions, we can ask from sir during the our Q&A session. And so once again that you explained us that how we avoid predatory journals and how we identify the predatory journals or fake journals, and very clearly you have drawn several examples, and I hope that our participants are well aware of now that how to avoid and not to pray for predatory journals. And thank you very much once again, sir, for your very informative and clear presentation. Thank you. And now let's move to the importance of correct use of language of journal article. And here that Professor Richard Hay with us from Global Disaster Resilience Center from University of Huddersfield, UK. So I think that you all are very keen to know that what are the language, means why our articles are not accepting for many high impact journals. So I think this is the time to clear off your thoughts, and also that I'll cordially invite Professor Richard Hay and Professor Shamari. It's over to you to introduce the speaker to the audience. Thank you.
Thank you. So let me introduce the last speaker for this workshop today. So he's Professor Richard Hay. Professor Richard is a professor in disaster resilience at the University of Huddersfield, UK. His current research interests include the multi-hazards early warning, disaster risk governance, and resilience in the built environment. Since 2014, Professor Richard has secured 26 external grants with 145 international partners in 45 countries. In 2019, he won the Newton Prize for Indonesia for his work on tsunami early warning and protecting urban agglomerations. Professor Richard is a founder editor-in-chief of the International Journal of Disaster Resilience in the Built Environment, which is indexed in Scopus. He has delivered over 100 invited speeches and keynote presentations. Since 1998, he has published 2 edited books, over 10 book chapters, over 50 peer-reviewed journal articles, and 16 edited conference proceedings. Professor Richard, over to you to speak importance of the correct use of language in journal article writing.
Thank you very much for that very kind introduction, and also thank you to the NSF for inviting me to speak on this important issue. I've enjoyed listening to some of the earlier presentations, and hopefully what I'm going to talk about will reinforce, I think, and maybe go into a bit more detail on certain aspects of those presentations. So I'm going to talk about really academic writing for journal articles. And as was highlighted in the introduction, I'm going to draw on some experiences of my work, both as an editor from the journal perspective, and also conference proceedings and so forth, but also from my work as an author. Obviously I've had to learn and develop my own writing skills over the last 20 years or so. I've been working actually in Sri Lanka since 2005. I've worked closely with many academic colleagues in Sri Lanka, so it's a particular pleasure to be joining this event. So what I'm going to do is talk about 6, I think what you'll find useful principles related to language in journal article writing. And I hope it'll give you some sort of practical tips, particularly for younger researchers, in terms of how to improve your writing and perhaps increase the acceptance rates of your articles. So the 6 principles I'm going to talk about, I'm going to keep it quite brief because I know we're behind on time by quite some way. But I'm going to focus on these 6 issues that are on the screen at the moment. So the first is around complexity, the second around formality, the third around objectivity, the fourth is to do with being explicit in our writing, the fifth is around some hedging, and the 6th and final point is around precision in the way that we write. Now, I'm not an English language teacher, so please bear that in mind, but I think you'll find that these are general good practices, and I'll give you a couple of references at the end that you can use to follow up on. I'll also signpost a few ideas or slides that actually have some guidance on the types of language that can be used in certain situations. I'm not going to have a lot of time to go through those in the session today, so I'll just make them available with the presentation afterwards. So let's start off by having a look at the first issue around complexity and what we mean by that. And I think there's this concept of lexical density, and I'll explain what that is in a moment. But what we find is that written English usually has a higher lexical density than spoken English. So the way that even I'm speaking now in a fairly formal presentation, but particularly if you're meeting your friends, you will tend to use a very different style of language than you would if you were writing an article for a journal, an academic English tone. Now, lexical density is a measure of the proportion of content words in a sentence or text. And what we tend to find is that the higher the density of text, the harder it is to read. But there is a trade-off, which I'll talk about in a moment. Now, lexical density, you can actually define it. You can calculate lexical density in a sentence or a paragraph. And lexical density is defined as a percentage of the number of content words divided by the number of words. So we need to understand what proportion of words in a sentence or a paragraph are actually what we would call content words. Now, a content word is any verb, a noun, an adverb, an adjective, which has a stable and lexical meaning. So it has to be, for example, you can see something on the screen now. These are very different from what we would associate with what we call grammatical function words. And they are sort of filler words that we use to draw relationships between concepts in a sentence. And again, you can see some examples on the screen. So some have specific content and meaning. Others really are about, they have a function of linking ideas and concepts together in a sentence. Now, what we can actually do in any sentence is identify which words are content words and which are sort of grammatical function words. And I've just picked some examples here on the screen. And you can see 4 sentences that are actually talking about the same basic issue, that are communicating the same ideas, really. But what you can see is that they're expressing those ideas in quite different ways, and they have very different lengths. and they have a very different use of the language, particularly in terms of the proportion of content words in the sentences. So what can we actually conclude if we were to break these down and analyze these particular sentences in more detail? What kind of proportion of content words do they have? Well, just to make life a little bit simpler, I've done the calculations for you. So what can we actually conclude when we go into more detail? Well, firstly, sentences that are long and very lexically dense are more difficult to read. And you can see that, with, for example, the first sentence. Now, the ideal average sentence length, generally the guidance is that it should be around 15 to 20 words. And you could see that actually sentences 2, 3, and 4 fall within that sort of remit. However, sentence 1 that you can see here is actually 27 words. So it is also very dense. It has 52% content words. And because of its length and quite high usage of content words, it actually has quite low readability. And I see this a lot in academic writing, where people have very long sentences that are very dense with content words, and it makes them very difficult to read. And if we think back to some of the earlier comments around the peer review process, in effect, if you're making your writing very difficult to read, then it's maybe difficult to understand the ideas that you're putting forward, and you're likely to be seen less favorably than but by a peer reviewer who's trying to understand what your line of argument is, for example. Now, it might be acceptable to write the occasional sentence, above 20 words and quite a lot of dense content words, but it should be very occasional, and so just use it very sparingly. However, what we can also see is that short, lexically dense sentences are actually quite easy to read. So even though sentence 4 actually has 64% content words, so it is very dense, because it's very short, it's actually easy to read. And it's short, concise, and is probably the best in terms of expressing the ideas across these 4 different sentences. So it exhibits what we might call good academic style. Sentence 3 is also quite readable, but it's too personal to be used in academic writing. While sentence 2 is reasonable, but it's quite verbose. There's a lot of grammatical function words that don't really add any value in terms of the content. So producing good academic writing is often a matter of balancing lexical density and sentence length. And when writing, I'd recommend that you monitor the length and the lexical density of your sentences to achieve a good style and readability. So you can actually just pick out a few paragraphs maybe and calculate the number of content words and just see what kind of lexical density your writing has. And also be mindful of this 15 to 20 word guidance in terms of good sentence length. So you might have some sentences that are much shorter than that, and that's also fine. But certainly I would try and avoid going much above 20 words for your sentences. So just to kind of summarize, written language is relatively more complex than spoken language. It also tends to be lexically more dense. It has more content words. It tends to use longer words. It tends to use less words. So shorter, lexically dense sentences tend to be preferable. And we tend to see a more varied vocabulary than we would, for example, in spoken language. Now, we're all guilty at times, when we first write articles, we're all guilty of not writing in the most efficient and effective manner, even if people who write very well. So it is always worth redrafting your work and going through it and trying to eliminate wordiness in your writing. So you could do things like mark sections of your writing that you struggle to produce. They tend to be the most wordy because you keep putting more and more content in, maybe you haven't expressed your ideas in the most efficient manner. You can also pass through your paper once and just focus on trying to eliminate unnecessary and repetitive language. So you could just rewriting sentences to reduce the amount of grammatical function words in. And remove those kind of filler phrases. We're all guilty of putting in grammatical functional words and are not really adding any content. And we tend to overuse the same terms again and again. Always step away from your article and come back to it later. Give yourself a breather. Don't try and just write and edit your article all in one go. It's quite tiring, and you'll tend to overlook key issues within your writing. You glance over words rather than reading them properly. I think what you'll also find is that we tend to have the same patterns of wordiness and repetition. We tend to reuse the same terms again and again. So you can look out for those. Once you become more familiar with what those patterns are, you can actually quite easily run through an article and try and reduce their occurrence. Now, I'm not going to go through all of these now, but here's some examples of where you can actually be more concise in your writing. And so you can maybe have a look at those if you're interested after the workshop. Now, the second principle I want to talk about is formality. And it does vary somewhat across different disciplines and fields of work. But in general, in academic writing, you need to avoid what we might call colloquialisms and informal expressions. Now, they're often quite regional, so what is common, for example, here in England or in different parts of England might be quite different to what you might find in Sri Lanka, in some of the towns and cities there. But we'll tend to see a lot of regional variations in what those informal expressions are. But they're generally not considered to be acceptable formal English. We need to remove features of speech such as well and anyway, redundant words, so completely unique. Obviously it is unique, it can't be completely unique. Adding together, again, you're just repeating the same idea with two different words. And for example, two-word verbs, put off, bring up, and you can see a few examples here. Try to avoid those two-word verbs. You can replace them with more appropriate individual verbs. Some other areas that we tend to see a lot in poor academic writing is the use of abbreviated forms. You shouldn't be using can't, doesn't, shouldn't. We use that a lot, for example, if we're writing emails or if we're talking so for spoken English, but try and avoid it in formal writing. Most journals will not be looking for numbering and excessive use of bullet points that you might associate with more of a report format. And also try to avoid using words like etc. You can give examples, and if that is an example of the idea that you're expressing, but don't just assume that the reader will understand what those other points would be that you've tried to replace with etc. The third principle I want to mention is around objectivity. Now, there are some fields where being more subjective might be deemed acceptable, and I'm thinking of things like reflective writing, which is quite common in things like education. But as a general rule, in most disciplines and fields, there's an expectation that you will be objective in your writing, in your research. So the main information should be on the information that you want to give and the arguments you want to make, rather than on you or what you think or what you believe. It should, your views and opinions should be based on what's been researched and learned and how this has led you to your various conclusions. So your thoughts and beliefs should be grounded in the analysis of both the literature and also any empirical work that you're including in your paper. So, of course, you need to avoid things like the first person pronouns. I think that's fairly standard. But also in terms of the way you reference. So a reader will normally assume that any idea that's not been referenced is your own. So you don't need to write, in my opinion, or you can just say, this is a very interesting study, and because, and obviously you would express your ideas as to why that study has revealed maybe particularly useful or informative findings. You also can avoid, for example, using words like you with reference to the reader or people in general. Another principle that is really important, and I think this links a little bit to the idea of objectivity, but is in terms of academic writing, it's vital to be explicit in your signposting of the ideas in your text. And what I do tend to see in a lot of articles that are submitted, particularly in the literature review sections, is that we'll see long sentences and paragraphs, sentence after sentence, with citations at the end of each sentence, or a citation at the end of the paragraph. So basically, there's been some kind of paraphrasing attempt to sum up somebody else's view, and then just a citation to reference that particular idea. The problem is, it's not clear how those various elements link together. So you can be accused of being too descriptive in your writing. And it's vital that you provide the analysis of those different ideas. So you link those ideas together and form the connections. And you can do that by use of what's called signaling words. So for example, if we take different sentences, you can use signaling words to actually highlight, in this particular sentence, a change of fortunes in effect for a particular manufacturer. So just by putting the word however in, you're being very explicit as to a change in tone, a change in direction. So if you want to tell your reader that the line of argument is going to change, make it clear, make it very explicit. And similarly, you can see here, so we're trying to show that two ideas show similar characteristics. So you can stick in a signaling word just to link those two sentences together and show that you've looked at these two different ideas and you've identified some similarities between them. And if you want to give examples, do it very explicit. So if you introduce a concept and then give an example, actually say, for example. If you want to show causal relationships, then you can use words like because. So again, I'm not going to go into all of these individually, but you can see that there are different types of signaling word that you can use to provide that level of analysis in your writing. So you may want to have a list like this by the side of you as you're writing your article to help you express some of your analysis when you're actually drafting your articles. Now, the key thing is that the central line of argument, the main voice, should be your own. So you're using other people's ideas in your literature review, for example, but you're using them to express your own views, and you're adding a layer of analysis on top of what's already been written. You're showing maybe that there's been a strength of argument put forward by lots of different studies, there's similar conclusions have been drawn. You're trying to show differences where there's very different perspectives or ideas have been put forward. So you need to provide that commentary on what's been written previously. If you don't do that, you'll be accused of being too descriptive, of not being critical or analytical enough, and not producing a clear argument. So I think this is a really, if you want to try and submit to high impact journals, bringing that level of analytical writing into your work will be absolutely critical. Another concept that is, another principle really that's very important in academic writing is the idea of cautious language, sometimes referred to as hedging or vague language. And this is recognizing that knowledge is still developing, our understanding of issues is evolving. So be very careful about the strength of your conclusions. And this also applies, you need to recognize, for example, from your own empirical work, that there's probably a lot of limitations in the work you're presenting. In most research studies, there'll be limitations that mean that those findings won't apply in different circumstances. We can't control all the variables, so there may be some external influences that we've not considered in our work. So you can do that by softening the language in the claims that you're making. So rather than using words like proved, you might say suggested, or rather than using are, you recognize that there may be some other factors at work. So they seem or they appear to be, would be a much softer way of presenting your conclusions. And again, I've given some examples here on the screen of different terms you can use to try and introduce those hedging or softer terminology into your language. And finally, the sixth sort of principle is around precision. And in academic writing, you need to be precise when you use information, dates, or figures. So, for example, rather than talking about a lot, try and be very specific about the numbers you're dealing with. Or if you're talking about an age range, I often see people talk about, in very general terms, about timeframes, whereas actually you need to be very specific about what kind of claims you're making. Are you looking at a particular period of time? And it's best to be explicit about that period of time, because I often see, for example, in journal articles, people write over the last decade, and then they will cite an article that maybe was written 5 or even 10 years ago. So are you talking about the last decade? So for example, going back to 2010, or are you going back much further in time because the article you're citing has actually been published in 2010 or 2015? So you're talking about the decade prior to that. So you need to be explicit in the timeframes that you're referring to. Precision is generally very important in our academic writing. Another example, and this is particularly the case where we have very long sentences, it's very easy to put descriptive phrases far away from the words that they're actually intending to modify. So here, for example, it's not clear whether it's the employees who are cost efficient and convenient, or whether it's the computer-assisted training that's being given. So what is it that is actually cost efficient and convenient? And this is all because the modifier is too far away from the word it is referring to. And actually we could reorder this sentence to bring the modifier much closer to the aspect that it's actually being, it's trying to inform or advise. So a misplaced modifier will confuse the reader. And this is, as I say, particularly important if you're using longer sentences. So I've tried to go through these quite quickly because I know we're short of time. There's some more guidance that's included on the slides that you can have a look at in your own time, but really just 6 principles that you might use to help improve your writing for journal articles, particularly if you're trying to increase your acceptance in a high impact journal. So I think I'll draw it to an end there, and hopefully there'll be some time for questions afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Richard. I think it's very informative, and most of you are I think now came to know that what are the things that we have to consider when we are writing a good article focusing a high impact journal. And also that he mentioned that the 6 useful principles related to language in journal article. writing, and also that what type of common mistakes generally in many young researchers are doing. And Professor Richard, thank you very much. I think that it's a very great opportunity that we got, since you both are here from Huddersfield University, and also Professor Amarajiva, and also Mr. Visa, and our local resource persons. And thank you very much for all of you. And of course, thank you very much indeed. So since time is going, time is moving, let's move into the a Q&A session. And there are a few questions. Since I'd like to put my first question to Professor Richard, because now, since he has just completed his presentation, and Professor Richard, that there was one question asking, is it customary that we use passive voice right through in our writing?
I think that is, it does vary. I mean, the danger with passive voice is that it's not as engaging to read. So you can use a more active tense that will actually, it will improve the readability of your writing. But I think what is critical actually is to be consistent. So when you pick your tense, and the passive voice is quite common in writing, in academic writing, and I think it's quite acceptable, but be consistent, don't move around from one tense to another. So I think that's probably more important.
Okay, thank you very much. And any other questions that anybody who wants to put in, ask from Professor Richard? If not, that I'd like to move to Professor Upali Amarajiva. Sir, are you there? Okay, you can put other questions to chat area. Professor Amarajiva?
Yes,
sir?
I'm there. Okay.
Sir, thank you very much. I think you were waiting for a long time to answer our questions. So that you have talked about the research planning and execution. I'd like to know about that. It's about scientific writing, that now we all are doing this kind of scientific writing. So many things that we have considered, many important points, but I'd like to know that just if you can brief on the most important item to be considered when we are focusing on scientific writing. There are some people who ask such question.
Yeah, okay, yeah. The most important thing is to get your data straightened up, recognize the trends, and then start writing from that. You should have your data in front of you in the form of figures or some relationships, graphs, or whatever it is, and then look at it and start writing that, because that's the key thing that is necessary for an article, and that should be a good starting point, and that should give the most of the important aspects into the article. Rest you could fill in later.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. And my next question is to Professor Ekanayake. Professor Ekanayake.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, sir. That there was one question. It's kind of a specifically from a person who is from our field, engineering field. So he asked that there are some research based on simulation. Further, the solution for the hypothesis are based on simulations as well. In that case, how do you propose the research validation? In other words, how can we convince the reader that this paper is valuable?
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit tough in our field to do validation when we use software packages. But it's at the same time, when you look at the results, you are, like your common sense shows that this is something which is valid or not, because it's very hard if you don't have a practical setup to validate our simulation. I have seen that some people are using 2 different packages to do that, but again, I don't believe that that's going to, fully validate the results. So it's the way we, like the fundamental thing about using simulation is never believe simulations. We need to go through the simulation results very carefully
and see whether they are making any sense. Because your simulation models depend on how you set up the simulator to do it. And if you set it up wrongly, you will get completely wrong set of results. So I think it's overall the package when you are publishing the methodology section, the results, and how you discuss the results will give you a flavor whether the results are valid or not.
Okay.
I hope that's give a...
yes, I think that if the person is there that Professor Ekanayak has given a very clear answer. And also that the same person asking that let's say another question that he's asking, sir, can you let us know whether there is a possibility to publish a solution to a practical problem to a high impact journal? For example, a person, he found a solution for a prevailing problem in the Sri Lankan power system. So can they publish it in a high impact journal? It's kind of a specifically, let's say that the case, kind of a case study.
Okay, I mean, it's a little tough when like the high impact journals look for, as Professor Upali Samarajee said, some form of generalization. Now, using a single case study for a generalization may be tough. And also, there won't be any novelty in terms of theory, as I showed in my example. So it's going to be a little tough unless you find an edge in that particular solution and, try to look for other papers which has given similar solution and try to emphasize this edge, because this edge may be worth publishing. For example, I have seen some papers, they are publishing not a solution, but things that went wrong. Now, those are sometimes, I have seen one of my colleagues got the highest cited one of his papers. They are basically telling, don't do this. So if you, that is an edge that you can find, but you have to write it in a nice way by giving enough, emphasis to your edge. Then yes, you can, but it's little tough, it's not straightforward.
Okay, thank you very much. My next question is again from let's say engineering field. Now you see that we are using many theories. That is it okay that if we put our theories into these papers? That's also another question.
Is it again for me?
Yes, sir. Because
okay.
It's because we are the one who use many theories. Let's say.
Yeah. It's always good to include the theory in our papers, but just an theory wouldn't help, because in engineering field end of the day we are looking for an application. So it's at least in the conclusion sections, if we can, after giving some good results, if we can merge, if we can kind of bridge them to application areas. You may not be doing it, but bridge them to application areas. How this theory could be used in practice, I think that will be useful. But again, you will find some journals, for example, things like some artificial intelligence journals and so on, where they are more mathematical kind of journals. They will encourage papers based on theory.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm moving to the Professor Jilenthi. Madam, that's a question like that. If we publish an extended abstract in a conference, can we publish the same research as a journal article at a high impact journal? The question is
yes, Bandhani, I provided the answer for that via the chat. I think it is best to avoid that really, because particularly with plagiarism and with the similarity index and so on and so forth, I think every article, every piece that we write should be actually standalone. So it is always better to avoid that actually.
And Madam, so another question is like, what is the similarity index? I think.
Again, I provided answers to that also, Bandhani, but again, I think it varies. It varies from article to article. There's no standalone, how should I say, there's no universal answer to that. For example, in certain articles, when you are using definitions, they are repeatable. We can't actually change the definitions. And as far as you use the definition with the right reference, which might lead to high similarity index, but that is fine. So that is why you need to take case by case and to evaluate the similarity index. So having a high similarity index does not necessarily mean that it is a bad paper. It can be a very good paper. For example, if it is kind of theory development type paper where there are a lot of literature is coming through. So it has to be evaluated on case by case basis.
Thank you very much, Madam. Another thing, I think during our discussion also you mentioned about that our faculties, department, universities, they are launching many journal articles. I think by looking at outside in kind of the, let's say, editor of a journal, that how do you see those things? So what is your advice to us, that whether we have to go through or whether we have to do something or whether we have to, I'd like to get your advice on it.
Okay, so I will I will give my honest opinion, and this is my personal opinion, Bandhani. I suppose I really don't see why every school, every department, every faculty needs to set up journals. And I see only one reason, which I do not want to say here. And I suppose during our discussion, it was discussed, and perhaps it is a kind of a short route to get publications. I think it is very bad practice. But as far as, but having said that, if the journals can be indexed in good indexing services such as Scopus, Science Direct, then that is a different story. But leading up to this discussion yesterday, I actually checked a lot of sort of that type of journals based around Sri Lankan universities. Launched by universities are not indexed anywhere. So I do not know how it will add any value to people individually, who the writers are, and to the institution, and to the rankings, whatever. And I think this actually links to Professor Jayatis's presentation also. Even though they are not actually rogue journals, of course they are not, because they are formally launched by the universities. But why? What is the reason to do so? Because there are so many journals out there, specifically, to every field that is being researched in Sri Lanka. So if there's a dire need to create a new journal in some area, I can understand. But because of that, I think the only reason, as far as I can see, again, this is my personal opinion, that there are sort of ulterior motives to do that, or maybe a shortcut to get journal publications. I think that gives a kind of a bad impression, a bad reputation for good researchers who publish at very high level, particularly the Sri Lankan based researchers. So I think need to be very, very careful. So I think it is a really bad, it sets a bad example. I do not know what Professor Janaka will have to say, but I think it is, during the last 2 months, I counted, I have received 12 email request asking me to be an editorial board member of journals by 8 universities in Sri Lanka, and my answer for all was no, I am not going to. So it is. I do not know what the reason for that trend is. There's absolutely no gap for any good journals. There are plenty of journals out there, really good journals. So I do not know why there's a need to set up a new journal or journals.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Ekanayake. That I'd like to, as a university maybe in Sri Lankan University, I'd like to get the both views, Professor Jayatissa's view and Professor Ekanayaka's view, because that's very important to us, as well as Professor Samarajiva's view on in this regard. Professor Ekanayaka, would you please?
Yeah, I fully agree with Delante, because we had from very ancient time few Ceylon journals, and I think what we should do is put our efforts to get those journals up to the right standard, because they are, in some journals are in good shape, some are not. I don't know. I'm not conversant with all the journals in Ceylon journal group, but I don't think that they are in any of the, they are indexed in any. So rather than creating journals, I think it is, and it's a bit sorry to say this, but it is a curse of the promotion system we have in the country. Because of merely to be getting promoted, we shouldn't create, we shouldn't publish. The publication should come from, as everybody was telling, from high quality research work, and the promotion system should be linked to that. But unfortunately, it's happened other way around right now.
Okay, thank you, Professor Samarajiva. That as a experienced veteran researcher, you may have a good thoughts.
I have a positive and a negative answer. The positive answer is, what happened was, with more and more courses having a research project for the undergraduate students and even for MSc students, and these small projects are 3 months duration, and there was a sort of kind of push to start publishing journals within the faculties and even within the departments. The positive side of it is you are at least pushing the students, giving them this concept at a very young stage that there's a way of publishing and so on. That's a positive side. But at the same time, it has eroded into the work of good researchers, because you publish it in your own journal, department journal, which is not properly peer reviewed. Then you have lost your interest in going for a high level publication. So as a result, for the academics, for the researchers, it had a very bad effect. For the students, yes, it had a good effect. So as we push research in this forum, we need to think about the high level scientists. Also, this has led to a situation where an academic, instead of going for a long-term research project of which he can give small pieces to different students, he's going into many small researchers, because that supports the promotion. At the end, the promotion did a lot of damage to the university system by allowing this kind of things. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. That seen from outside, that you can see that what's happening to our system, and also the many researchers here, that they may understand that what that researchers have mentioned. So I'd like to get the view of Professor Jayatisha, sir, in this regard. And also, Professor Ekanayaka, you also hear that, so you also can put some.
You also have some.
This kind of. Yes, Professor Jayatisha, sir.
Thank you very much. I was waiting to open my mouth as a person from a university regarding the comments on
so your line is not clear.
Many.
That's so your signal strength is low.
From each and every booth, they explain Upali and both. Sorry.
Yes, sir. Now we can hear you.
I don't know.
It's not clear, actually.
Yeah, can you hear me properly now?
Now, yes.
okay what to do. Maybe a problem in my side.
Probably, sir. The bandwidth is low. That's what it says. Network bandwidth. So let's move to Professor Senaratne. Professor Senaratne, do you have anything to tell about the particular question?
Because of some other commitment, I had to move out and I just moved in. Right. An interesting topic being discussed about the mushrooming of journals in Sri Lanka. I think actually this has been what with the great concern by many scientists, Sri Lankan scientists at home and abroad. When I was at UGC, actually we conducted a small survey to ascertain the number of journals. That time, it's about 6-7 years ago. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, it was over 30 in the university system. I think it is nearing 50, right? So what we decided at NSF, at least now we have National Science Foundation Journal, at least SCI expanded. We want to bring at least few selected journals up to that level, and then some to expanding emerging status. So now we have, when you look at these journals in Sri Lanka, we have some national level journals, some only university character. But we would be focusing on the especially journals of national character and try to elevate their standard so that they can assume that the SCI expanded status and also emerging status. And we will be also trying to get our Sri Lankan expatriates to really contribute toward this move. So in few selected journals, so if now we have only one NSF one, if we have at least a couple of the journals Sri Lanka, because Sri Lankan, we see that now of the top 2%, we had over 15 Sri Lankan scientists. So there are actually some people go abroad, but in regard to supervision, sometimes there are better supervisors in Sri Lanka than overseas. But when you go abroad, you get other benefits. You see the way of life, you see the world. So that is there. So I think we need to have a policy decision to at least not to really allow mushrooming of journals and to focus on high actually national level journals, so that with a small leg up, they could be elevated to that expanded and emerging status. That is what we do, and probably we will also draw upon the expertise of our Sri Lankan expatriates, of course, our local ones definitely, and expect also in this regard. Actually, and I want to say again now when this NSF, each university having so-called international conferences every year. But when they call international, it's like our Chinese restaurant, right? Chinese restaurant, actually what they offer is you cannot find in even you look for at the canal in the whole of China, right? So that like though international, they have one or two scientists from maybe neighboring country or from some overseas, one or two, and they label it international, but it is there's no international character. So we will be also supporting only few conferences of real international character. Others, I think we cannot afford to support because I think they are not really international. Just some observations as Chairman NSF. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, sir. And also we all know that there is a Sri Lanka journal online that generally that many let's say journals we can get the membership, or we can get the acceptance from SLJOL. And if there are these, I'm getting this opportunity to tell other researchers that we can get the membership, or we can get the acceptance of SLJOL, and that would be another benefit for the journal editors who are in here, that from the different institutions or the universities. Thank you very much, sir. Professor Jayati, sir, that I hope that your signal strength is not clear. So there are many questions asking from a lot of people, and I have seen, let's say, one particularly asking from Professor Samarajiva. Right. Okay. Till I am finding that.
Yeah. I don't know whether. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
We can hear you, sir. That quickly, if you can tell us that your thoughts in this regard.
Professor Banduni, can you hear me now properly?
Yes. Yes. Okay. Please go ahead.
I think. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Okay. Actually, regarding the mushrooming journals in universities, actually there is another side of that. Mushrooming journals took place during the last 2 decades in Sri Lanka. There is a reason. Actually, 20 years back, the university academic staff got lower salary. Therefore, universities were not able to recruit the best graduates to their staff. They went to private sector or some other countries. Therefore, the University Teachers Union pointed out this to the government and requested the solution.
Sir, that you
as a result, government decided to. Yes, unfortunately, it is not clear. No, otherwise.
Yes, sir. We got your point. Actually, yeah. I think because that they have encouraged to publish somewhere, and therefore that many articles have mushroomed. That I'm not sure whether that you supposed to tell something like that. Yes, but anyway, now it's the time to move into that the good impact journal. So anyway, to the international journals to show or disseminate the research findings. That's what I thought. And another thing is, so let's move to the next one from Professor Richard. That someone is asking about. It's a bit lengthy question. Sorry for that. Yeah, Professor Richard, that it's sometimes some people, it says, right, okay, this is from Tilanka Jagoda. He says that I have seen and got advice in scientific writing to first person when describing the research process. For example, we conducted the phase 1. Could you please clarify?
As a general rule, I would avoid the first person. I don't think it's necessary when describing the methodology to use the first person. You can express it in a way that a particular method was used to carry out the research. You don't need to. It's evident that you are the author of the paper and you've been the person, or all the authors who have been involved in actually conducting the research. You don't need to make that explicit by using the first person. So I don't think it's too informal, I would suggest, for academic writing.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that, Jagrata, that you got the answer from Professor Richard, don't you? Right, okay, I'm moving to Mr. Visal, that you are here with us.
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Right, okay. Would you please tell us that means many young researchers, they want to know about how to write, how to select a good journal, a particular journal, as well as how we can focus our research to that particular, let's say, high impact journal. So in that case, what kind of advice you can give us?
So I think my presentation was elaborate enough to explain all the points, but let me summarize it. So I've always said that, first of all, metrics is just one part of choosing a journal. So metrics will give you an idea about how a journal has been performing, and we should not only look at the current metrics of a journal, but also look at the history. So we need to see whether a journal has been performing, how the journal has been performing over the years, let's say last 5 years, how the journal has been performing. If there is a consistent dip in the quality of a journal, these are real signs of a journal moving towards somewhere else. And I see a similar question in the chat box where people have asked that Scopus database sometimes has records for journals which may be predatory journals, and they take time to be discontinued from Scopus. So it falls in line with that. All these journals that continuously are dipping on quality come under the radar of the Scopus CSAB committee, the committee that decides which journal gets into Scopus and which journals are removed from Scopus. And Scopus does a timely check, a revision of all these journals, twice every year. So once it is done in April, May, and the second is done in September, October during this time. And you will find an updated list of these journals online. Also, you can always go to Scopus and check the current performance of that journal and the last 5-6 years performance, and that will help you in understanding which journals are performing better, which journals are stable, and which journals may not be performing as well, right? Secondly, every month there is a discontinued list that you will see. There is a discontinued list that is updated on the Scopus page as well. So my advice again is that sometimes you might see the journal, Scopus coverage years showing up to 2020, and you're still not confident whether that journal is still there or is being removed. I would recommend you to check the discontinued list, and that will give you a clear idea about a journal, whether a journal is indexed or not. Another advice is that a lot of times some journals, predatory journals, they claim that they are Scopus indexed. Now that might not be the case. That journal appears on Scopus just because at one point of time it was indexed, right? And currently it is not, right? But the coverage years during which it was indexed, it will always remain, those articles published during that period will always remain Scopus indexed. So I would again urge everyone to check the latest active titles on Scopus, and that will give them a good idea. And lastly, as I said, there are several use cases and everyone has a different objective. You should always have a clear end in mind, what you want to achieve, what do you want your research to achieve, which is the audience that you want to target, and your journal selection should be a combination of choosing the right metrics, choosing the right audience, and your end in mind, and that will help you in narrowing down to the best journal, the relevant journal, the most relevant journal to read or publish your article in.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much for your informative answer. And so this question is, I think Professor Dilanthi can answer for this one. Can you elaborate more on what's meant by targeting the audience in writing paper as an explanation to an early career researcher? Madam?
The audience is, again, I suppose, it very much to do with the type of publication also, Bandhani. For example, maybe, if you want to actually publish a kind of a summary of major research rather than doing a detailed paper, then in that sense, that is the target audience has to be kind of policymakers. So that type of a setting. And also, I think if it is kind of depending on, I think, again, type of research also, for example, blue sky research very much leads to new research areas being finalized. So in that sense, I suppose the audience is, I suppose, whether it's the practitioners, the policymakers, the academia, the research, whether they are early career researchers, senior researchers, and so on and so forth. So it is directly linked with the type of research that you do also, Bandhani. Yeah, thank you.
Right, okay. There's another question that open to anybody, that when writing reviews, most likely they are not really our work, and we have to refer and cite from literature. So this question, the person asks, is it possible to use that others, or should we cite in between the sentences? It's a kind of a, I can say. So I put it in the chat once again as a new one, so then you can see. And right, is it appeared? Sorry. So anybody can answer for that, Madam Dilanti, or?
I can maybe.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, I think one of the mistakes that people make is thinking there is an ideal number of references, or when you're citing, you could be directly quoting somebody else, or you could be citing an idea, and you express that idea in your own words, but it's still, the idea itself is attributed to another author that you've read. I think one of the mistakes people make, and I sort of highlighted this in my presentation, is that they introduce lots of ideas, but they don't show the relationship between those ideas. So it's not that you need so many citations per paragraph, or after so many sentences, but once there may be several authors who've identified the same issue, or that they've that there's some similarities in the way that they've defined a particular concept, and therefore you could cite several authors to support that particular view. But often you see writing that expresses lots of ideas, but there's no links between them. So they're just basically citing an idea, writing the idea, citing a particular author, and then they move straight on to the next idea and the next author. There's no attempt to analyze and explore the relationships between those issues in their writing. And that's why you need those signaling words to really bring out those relationships.
Okay, thank you very much. And now I think we spent a lot of time here, and also that very informative and very important webinar. And I think that from all over the world, in 4 corners of the world, that there are very eminent professors with us. And thank you very much for all of you. And specifically from the beginning, from the morning, that our acting director of NSF and the chairman of the NSF, as well as Mr. Grani Jailath from SLAS, and our Chamari from Grani Jailath from IESL, Chamari, as well as all our resource persons, Professor Upali Samarativa, Professor Janaka Bandara, Ekanayaka, Professor Dilanti, and Professor Mr. Vishal Gupta, and Professor Piyathisa and Professor Richard from UK. And thank you very much for all of you from my side. And now I'm handing over the session to Sanduni to conclude with the word of thanks. Okay. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Banduni Attapath, for moderating the technical sessions and the Q&A session. And also thank you very much, Professor Chamari Hettiarachchi, for providing with the speakers' introductions.
Excuse me, one more information. The message that I'd like, if you all switch on your possible people, if you switch on your videos, then we'd like to have a picture, Mr. Gupta, as well as Mr. Professor Jayatissa. And I couldn't see Mr. Madam Dilanti. Okay. Right. Thank you very much. Okay. I'd like to get Professor Jayatissa, could you please switch on your video? I'm not sure whether he's there. Right, okay. Sanduni, we want you to. Right, okay, thank you. Just a print screen. Okay, please carry on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Banduni, again. For delivering the concluding remarks and the vote of thanks, I would now like to cordially invite Mr. Shanta Siri, Head of the International Liaison Division of NSF.
Sanduni, my voice is clear?
Yes, Mr. Shanta, it's good.
Right. Thank you, Sanduni. Since we are a bit running behind the schedule, I won't take much time to deliver the concluding remarks. It is my great pleasure to make concluding remarks at this very important webinar today. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to all the speakers and the moderator for their valuable contribution for our webinar. Your very informative and perspicuous presentations reveal that you have made careful preparations and great efforts for your presentation in advance of your deliberations at the webinar. Hearing and learning from speakers as well as key points surfaced at the Q&A session have educated me and all of us here on how to write our next article aimed at a high impact journal with more confidence while avoiding pitfalls. I am certain that the take-home message from this webinar will further deepen our thinking and stimulate our publishing work in future. I observe your excellent presentations and active discussions, so I can conclude that the purpose of the webinar today has been completely accomplished. I would like to pay my deep respect to all participants for your active participation in the webinar. I don't going to recap because due to the time limitation, yet to very briefly recap very important points from the planning to execution and getting the good set of data and interpretation from Professor Upale Samarajiva. That was the key to your high quality article aiming at high impact journal. Think out of the box, moving out of the box, identifying a researchable problem, significant figures, wisdom of selecting a good project are the key points highlighted there. Then move on to the writing papers. It's as highlighted by Professor Janaka, it's an art of, learn by writing articles, defining your article structure and the paper, new knowledge, novelty, and good graphical illustrations, convincing abstracts are key points of your articles. New knowledge, of course, to be imparted in your article, not reinventing the wheel, was reiterated by Professor Dilanthi Amaratunga. Research methodology also was highlighted as a key point. Then it was highlighted that you need special skills in writing high impact journals, namely the analytical skills, information seeking skills, and the reporting skills. And also then from the Elsevier, our eminent resource person highlighted how could you come up with good journals with good metrics to find a good journal, like other than the citation index, site score, impact factor, site score, SNIP, and SJR. So with the moving on to the correct use of language, Professor Richard highlighted key 6 aspects: complex, formal, objective, explicit, hedging, preciseness. So those are the key points highlighted as take-home message. And I was delighted to see many questions from the chat box, and also at the beginning, peak number of participants was 750. Of that, substantial participants were with us online until the end. So that indicate our successfulness, our webinar today. I want to make a special thank for all the speakers, because when we organize in this webinar, the very much challenging point was not deciding on a date, but deciding on the time to start the webinar, because Professor Upale Samarajiva was and Professor Dilanthi was extreme end of time zones. I think Professor Upali Samaraji was still with us. I mean, we have to give big thanks for you because now I think in your area time zone is I guess 2:30 a.m. in the morning. You are still 3 in the morning. So it indicates commitment of all our resource persons. So they show exceptional flexibility in selecting, rehashing the titles and come to a midpoint to start the webinar, which took all convenient. I mean, resource person as well as Sri Lankan participants. So it was a great flexibility shown, and some resource persons accepted our invitation with short, invitation with a short notice. So I should extend a big special thank for coming to such kind of excellent agreement and coming up with an excellent webinar. So it depicts in the many comments posted in our chat box. So I won't take much time towards end. My concluding remarks won't complete if I don't acknowledge my team at NSF side and the collaborators, partner side team. This type of webinar cannot be realized overnight. There are substantial effort in preparatory works, brainstorming sessions, and coordinating efforts are needed. Therefore, my team at the NSF side, especially Ms. Tilina Kandanamulla, scientific officer, and of course, from the International Liaison Division, Sanduni and the team from the Journal Publication Division of the National Science Foundation. Thank you very much for your untiring efforts in enable me to make this event a success. Of course, from the IESL side, the team led by Ms. Dilini and the other ICT and publication division and all the team from IESL and Professor Chamari Hettiarachchi, the chairperson of the General Research Committee of the SLAS, and also Professor Banduni, the past chairperson of the General Research Committee of SLAS. So thank you very much for everyone for your extremely cooperated in organizing this webinar. Thanks a lot. And finally, I want to convey that because we enabled harnessing our expatriate resource person, very eminent leading expatriate resource person with our digital platform, which was, who was behind the scene, Professor Ranjit Senaratne, chairman of the National Science Foundation, who took a lead role with his even connections networking to bring this platform, which was enable us to harness eminent resource person from around the world to make a success event. So, of course, the Acting Director General of the National Science Foundation delivering the welcome address, and the address by the IESL Vice President, Engineer Granny Jalat. Thank you very much for all. Finally, before I end, I want to give a message to especially our young researchers. As highlighted our chairman, Professor Senaratne, NSF published 2 journals. One is the Journal of National Science Foundation, which is indexed in the Science Citation Index Expanded, and the Sri Lanka Journal of Social Sciences, so that our young researchers could think of, it goes a kind of a standard peer review process. So you can think, go through it is depicted in the screen. You could think and consider with confidence when you write your next article. I am sure today's webinar was a very successful one, and I hope our researchers will be in a good position to portray their next research article, pitching scope and everything in high impact journals, having a high probability of accepting rate. Thank you very much. Thank you very much all. Have a good day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shantasiri. With that, we are now about to conclude today's webinar on writing articles for high impact research journals. Thank you very much for your undivided attention. We sincerely hope that the information disseminated today will be very useful in the upliftment of your research and academic career. As a note, I would like to mention that the recording of this webinar will be available at the official YouTube channels of the Institution of Engineers Sri Lanka as well as NSF. If you wish to provide any suggestions for future webinars, please contact NSF through the email address info@nsf.gov.lk. Wishing you all the very best for the rest of the day. Please stay safe and goodbye.